Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Can I get an audio check?
We hear you.
Great, thank you.
Oh, why am I?
Good afternoon. It is 3 p.m. here in Western Washington. I'm Mayor Mohammed Igal. I'm calling to order our City Council budget workshop and 3. We have 6 council members present. Mr. Ravel, Kwan, Simpson, Nguzi, and one deputy Mayor Guzman will be removed, and we are waiting council member Vincent. So
He is online, it looks
okay,
like.
he is okay, good. Yeah, and yes, that's you down there. So we have full council and this afternoon. I will be reading brief statement which says that this meeting will be conducted in hybrid format with in-person and remote option for public participation. Due to technical difficulties, this meeting will be live streaming on the city YouTube channel. The recording will be available on CTV Government Access Comcast Channel 21 within 48 hours of the meeting or on the city website tomorrow.
And Mayor,
Yes.
can I just state that supposedly the equipment actually got repaired today. So we're going to continue with YouTube. However, they're going to also broadcast like normal, hoping that everything is ready for Tuesday.
That's the update, and thank you, Christina. Okay, we have two. The next item will be public comments. We have 2 in-person public comments, and it will be Mr. John R. Bennett. It's 3 minutes. Mr. Bennett, yes, here, please. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all the council members and to the city of SeaTac. Can you hear me all right? Okay, so I'm going to just take a short amount of time, and I just wanted to talk briefly about first, I know that you guys have a lot of work on your plate. I know it's very difficult when the expenses go up significantly more than income and what you've got to do to make adjustments. I'm here today as president of the Angle Lake Shore Club to just talk briefly about the 4th of July, the fireworks program, and everything that we do in the city. And I wrote some of you about what I feel is kind of really important for the community and what we could do to maybe try and help or find some ways to, if it's a struggle, put this together about how we can maybe put some donation possibilities. And I wrote some ideas down just for you to consider, because again, I know you're trying to narrow a gap. So whatever you want to do with this information, all it is just think tank out loud. So a couple ideas I came up with was trying to see about getting donations from area business. Alaska Airlines would be a perfect example of that. Of course, the Shore Club has actually talked about doing that themselves, but we're not doing anything until we hear from the council as far as what your decisions are going to be and how to handle the event. Also talked about maybe a little bit about, I'm hearing that other cities that are close by aren't going to be doing or also struggling with financial difficulties in putting together a 4th of July event. But in my view, I feel like the city of SeaTac's kind of like in the middle of all of that. We're in the middle between Des Moines and Tukwila and Burien and South Seattle. And I think if everyone to be able to contribute a little bit and we had everything here, probably could do really well. Another idea was, if I remember correctly, I heard that we had almost 10,000 people in that park last year when we were going to have the drone show and the fireworks show. And, you know, unfortunately, the drones didn't work out. But what if we, on the day of the 4th of July, charge $10 per person to watch the fireworks? We could probably easily raise anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 just in that one day alone that we could roll over into next year. So last thing I thought about was, you know, one of the things that's really becoming more and more prevalent in society is what they call it like a la carte programs. So what if there are some things within the budget that the community can pay as they go versus something that you have to build in? So again, whether it's the 4th of July program or other things that might be able to help pay for things, I think that this specific event is so important to the community and what it means to them. It's what they look forward to the entire year. And I know it was a pretty big shock when the fireworks didn't happen last year and we put something together last minute, and we stand ready to be able to do that again. But again, wanted to see what the city did. So thank you for your time and good luck to you all. Say again? Okay, no, that was it. That was it. If there was anything that I could do to help participate, volunteer in, I just sold my business, so I live 2 miles away. I'm here to help the city council and the community any way I can.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
The next person will be Vicky Lockwood. 3 minutes, Vicky.
Council members, you were elected to be leaders, and leaders lead by example. You've asked for other or for the staff to make budget cuts, and you've got to lead by example and make some budget cuts yourself. And then you have to make the hard decisions. It's not up to staff to decide what our priorities are. That's why you were elected, is to lead our city. Staff has the professional skills and knowledge to implement what you've requested them to do. But the decisions are not staff's, they're yours. One of the big expenses is employee wages and benefits. And we've added a significant number of employees over the last couple of years. And that's an ongoing expense that is forever. I took a look at our salary and wages from 2023 to 2024, and it's up 27%, just salary and wages. And then benefits are up 47%. And so I thought, what's with the benefits that they're up 47%? Wages are only up 27%. So I went out to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and for 2023, across the entire United States, the average employee benefit was at 29.4%. The city of SeaTac is paying 51% in employee benefits. Something's not right here. I said, okay, well, government, I used to work in private industry, and everybody knew in private industry that government employees got better benefits than we did, but they didn't get as much salary as we did. That's the way it used to be. So government employees, if you just look at government employees across the United States, the benefits are 38.4%. SeaTac sits at 51%. If you look at private industry, their benefits are 30%. And then if you're self-employed, the benefits for a self-employed individual are probably a minimum of about 17%. It costs a self-employed person 12.4% for Social Security, double what it costs for anybody else, 2.9% for Medicare. And then if the self-employed person can afford some health insurance, they want a little bit of retirement funds, that's on top of that. So think about what you're doing when you add people. Think about what you're doing when you add expenses, and prioritize. It doesn't take a great big hole in the hull of a ship to sink it. You can drill a whole bunch of tiny holes in a ship and sink it. And you're about ready to sink our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lockwood. The next item in the agenda will be review of the reviewing outstanding items from workshop 2. It will be 10 minutes from the interim city manager, Kyle Moore.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to defer to our Finance Director, Gwen Pilo, to follow up on the items from workshop number 2.
Thank you. So we did go back and put together a spreadsheet of the finance costs, removing the IS systems, information systems from the finance department. And so here you can see the finance in the general fund will increase 13.4% over the biennium. And I believe I stated at the last meeting that audit costs make up more than 50% of our services line in that general fund section. So moving on to the next slide, we have information systems. This again has increases to software costs. Those are the major drivers of the 33% increase for the biennium. And the remaining items where more information was requested from our last meeting should be addressed later in our presentation. So I'm hoping that we cover them later in the presentation. So that's all I have for updates.
All right, still, the next item is yours, the expenditure wrap up.
Okay.
That will be 10 minutes long.
Okay. Ooh, 10 minutes. All right.
The following
We'll
that,
speak.
what I have been given.
First of all, we did do the math on the travel. We just got the travel back from the council travel back from ANF chair.
That was just my review.
Okay. Okay. Microphone.
Sorry. What I sent you, the proposed cuts were only, that was my proposal. I did not have a chance to consult with Councilmember Vincent or Guzman.
Okay, so we'll bring that up in our policy decision
Okay.
section.
Thank
You
you.
guys can have that conversation.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so our expenditure wrap up. So we're going to start off with our expenditure structure. We have spent the last 2 workshops digging into each department's expenditure budget and what that includes. This pie chart summarizes the expenditure structure for all funds. Most of our expenditure budget is services, which includes our police and fire services contracts, and capital is the next largest expenditure, with salaries and benefits 3rd and 4th. So the steps that were taken to create our proposed preliminary budget include identifying our programs and services. The programs were presented to you during the department presentations, and the inventory was included in the first workshop packet. We asked directors to use a zero-based budget approach instead of using incremental budget increases to previously approved budgets. So what that means is they didn't look at their number and say, oh, I'm going to put a 3% increase on it. They went back and looked at their expenses. And the interim city manager then requested travel and training budgets be reduced by half or only include mandatory training that's required for certifications and licenses. New programs and positions are brought forward as decision cards and are not included in our proposed preliminary budget. And the budget reductions that are included in the proposed preliminary budget are in the general fund. We have the hiring freeze of the 4 positions. So there are no service level impacts for the web content supervisor, as this work is being contracted out and paid through the ARPA fund. That's a savings of $165,000. Not funding the digital communications strategist will result in a reduction of social media engagement and press releases, among other things. That's $152,000. Leaving the parking compliance officer position vacant will result in limiting the amount of enforcement done in a 7-day period and will limit the areas patrolled, which will result in a corresponding revenue loss that results in $110,000 savings. Not filling the Recreation 3 positions will further delay the preschool and homeschool offerings, which were canceled originally during the pandemic and have not been reinstated. The hiring freeze on these 4 positions for 2025 totals approximately $500,000 in savings. The reduction of training provides savings of about $90,000, and the impacts are minimal as all mandatory training for services and licenses are funded. Budgeting the reconciliation of police services contract provides a savings of approximately $500,000. There are no impacts to our service levels. However, there is a risk if our estimates are incorrect. Reducing the fire services contract by capital contributions results in a $650,000 savings in year 1, and there are no immediate impacts as all current capital needs are funded. All reductions that were included in the preliminary budget total $1.7 million. So this slide shows our general fund expenditures by department. Police and fire are the top two outflows, making up 53% of the budget. Parks and Recreation and CED account for 25%, and the remaining 22% is all other departments. So here are the budget numbers for each department in the general fund. Budget increases between 24 and 25 total 3.4%, and the increase between 25 and 26 is 5.9%. So I'm going to go down each department and just kind of cover some basics that we've already talked about. So in the city manager's office, the large decrease and then increase is due to the unfunded positions in 25 and then being funded in 26. Finance increases 6.5% between 24 and 25. Legal decreases 5.8% between 24 and 25 due to a reduction in budgeting of professional services that include external legal and risk management services, our election and voter registration services, and shredding services. And I would just like to state that election and voter registration services are very difficult to budget for. We always pay for them because they're charged to us by King County, but we never know what that's going to be. So we have reduced that amount and we'll cover those costs if they're higher than we've budgeted. Human resources decreases 4.4% between 24 and 25, primarily due to a reduction in professional services related to training and the commute trip reduction program. The 2% reduction between 24 and 25 for police is related to that $500,000 in reconciliation I addressed earlier. The 21% increase between 24 and 25 for fire is related to the recovery of actual costs associated with the fire contract. The 11% increase in Parks and Recreation between 24 and 25 from additional FTEs, a general increase in the cost of doing business, and moving the lifeguard program to the general fund from the ARPA fund. CED decreases 12.6% from 24 to 25, primarily due to a decrease in professional services for several one-time projects that are related to studies and updates to the comprehensive plan. And then information services increases 11% from 24 to 25 from software costs and additional FTEs. When we look at all other funds, the Public Works Department is the largest piece of the pie, with the Street Fund, Surface Water Fund, and Transportation Fund among the other smaller funds. Parks and Rec is the next with the projects in municipal CIP, and CED is third largest with the Hotel Motel Tax Fund. Here are the expenditures fund summaries. So this is the expenditures in all funds. I understand there was a question on where the civic campus contracts are programmed. So they are funded out of the 308 fund, the light rail, that is not correct. They are funded out of the 306 fund, the facility construction CIP fund. We have talked through all the details of these funds, but we are happy to answer any additional questions you may have at this time.
All right, Councilmember Nuizi.
Thank you. I'll start with the Civic Campus. So my understanding was that the most recent budget approval was coming out of the general fund.
A portion of it did come out of the general fund. It was $70,000 for the financial advisor, but the rest of it is budgeted in
the CIP.
Fund.
Okay. So that's the 1.2. Well, one of the positions is being.
I'm sorry, yes, the position, the project manager, that is also on hold. That is on hold for 6 months until we actually get through
the assessment and
the assessment, and then we'll, once we know we're actually moving forward. So we're anticipating we won't hire that position for about 6 months.
Okay. But there still is a plan to resume with that position in particular. Okay. Which will save an additional contract cost at least, hopefully. Okay, so my question is around the parking compliance officer. So you'll see that I sent a lot of questions regarding the ILA this morning. But so I guess just to add to that, and this doesn't have to be answered now, but the parking compliance officer, just trying to understand again, what are the 7 positions that are not currently funded as part of our interlocal agreement with the sheriff's office. And Because parking compliance is a service that is offered through
Parking,
that,
our
right?
parking compliance is paid out of our general fund. It is not, not part of the
Right,
sheriff's contract.
Right, and I understand that, but I'm saying in the contract, though, parking enforcement is included as part of a service. So if it's something that we're paying for, can we reassign one of the 7 vacant positions to be a parking compliance officer so that the money that we've already allocated for the King County Service KCSO interlocal agreement can cover the cost rather than our general fund?
We-
So for both positions, I'd like to explore that.
Yeah, we can certainly explore.
Thank
both.
you. And if not, can we use Fund 114, our restricted public safety fund, to cover the costs of our parking enforcement positions?
No, I don't believe that's possible. Those funds are primarily for training and
Training, yeah.
equipment for officers. Yeah, I don't think that.
Okay, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so one of, for folks' awareness, I sent some questions regarding our interlocal agreement with police, and I'm interested in exploring the feasibility and around potentially removing the 7 positions from vacant positions from the KCSO, since they've been vacant for some time, and seeing whether we can hire in-house or contract for some services, such as parking enforcement. Since we're already paying, but we're not getting the services, and so anyway, just an idea to explore. But I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
And those, the 7 positions are deputy positions right now, and I have met with the sheriff's office yesterday, and it's gonna be a time before, and we don't have a date, before we get back to 100% staffed where we wanna be. They are talking about adding another city to the contract, which would then, once again, pull people away from the contract cities. Right now, the sheriff has said that they will keep us at 85%
Mhm.
staffed, where the transit agencies, I believe, are somewhere between 60 and 70% staffed. And then they're, like I said, they're looking at adding another city that would also pull on resources, although that city's officers could lateral over and become King County sheriff deputies. Oh, I see that our police chief is, I believe, online.
Yeah, I was, just for a second. Hello, everybody, council members. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes here. I was just real quick to address Councilmember Naguse's, question about whether or not parking compliance could be contracted through the sheriff's office. And I can say with 99% certainty that the answer to that would be no, because we don't have our own parking compliance within King County. That wouldn't be a service that we would be able to, that the sheriff's office would be able to add, and which is a big reason why the city of SeaTac went out on their own to do that, because that wasn't part of we just don't provide that service. Does that
Thank
make sense?
you. It makes sense in terms of maybe having an allocated position specific to it. But it doesn't make sense in terms of the, just there's a line item under the services within the contract, right? And so I'm just trying to make sure that we're maximizing our contract. And so, we don't have to have that discussion here. Chief, welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
And yeah, I think it would be great to have a conversation in a larger conversation in PSNJ or at a later time, and maybe we can also connect offline. I just am trying to understand it's 27 positions, right? Within our current contract? Is that?
I believe we have 50 positions in our current contract.
27 deputies.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 27 patrol officers, which is where we're hanging on to most of our vacancies at this point.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's right. 27. Okay. Patrol officers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, it would be great to connect. I'm just want to make sure that we are maximizing what we're paying for. So, thank you for answering the question though around the parking compliance officer.
Yeah, and Councilmember Degussy, we can certainly move the items from your email to a future PSNJ or council study session.
Thank you.
Councilmember Simpson.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have to ask, and this is probably like later with the decision card period, but I do want to flag again this. I mean, the reason that RFA bill was written the way that it was written years ago for this fire benefit charge was to give the out to cities like ours who have commercial real estate to cover the cost so that it doesn't come out of our general fund. It seems like the fire chief, it seems like Chief Carson would have a formula built, and I believe that he does. I haven't spoken to him offline yet, but I will. That there's a formula built out to assess the amount of commercial real estate in a city like ours that he could plug in and determine if it's a viable option. So I guess one of my questions is like, what has the process been so far around this annexation conversation? And how quickly can we talk about it? Because it seems like, I know that there's two things. I guess one would, I don't know if it would have to go to a vote of the people or not. And two, if it didn't, how quickly could we become an annexed city so that we're no longer paying for fire out of our general fund?
We've already begun discussions about this issue. We've met with our state contract lobbyists because we believe there might need to be a legislative fix to allow us to do this. One of the challenges we face is that the airport is 42% of our city. They already have a fire department, and we would lose the assessed value of all of the airport assets. And so we're looking at what that implication may be on our tax revenue. So that's one of the considerations. You know, right now, regional fire authorities are the only ones allowed to do the fire benefit charge. Cities are not allowed to do it, and that was intentional by the state legislature because they wanted to promote regionalization. But there might be an opportunity for us to, in fact, I just had that discussion today with state contract lobbyists about whether we could carve out as a city, could we assess that fire benefit charge as opposed to just a regional fire authority. And I think those talks will continue. And I know both the RFA and ourselves are both working to try to figure out what the path forward on that would be.
Okay.
And I think you bring up a good point. Multiple cities, I was in a call today with all the cities in the state who have lobbyists, and we were talking about that public safety costs overall and across the board are going up and eating up general funds of cities all across the state. And how do we fund this? Because it gets to a certain point where it will swallow the whole general fund. And so how can we find a way to find revenue and sustain those public services? So,
Okay.
If you modify any service.
Minimum 2 years.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, that's good because we have a 2-year budget, so we can figure it out by then. Right.
Changes won't take into effect if
Until
you
after.
modify, yeah.
Right. And just to be clear for folks who are tuning in or who haven't heard these conversations yet, with our RFA, we are allowed to either pay out of our general fund or annex so that there's a fire benefit charge on commercial real estate in the city. And I think interim city manager just explained that fairly well. To be clear, though, there's no change in the level of service for fire if we take that route. It's just a different funding mechanism. Kent is an annexed city that also falls under the umbrella of the Regional Fire Authority, and Tukwila is chewing on the decision. And so it just seems like, you know, if there's viability to do that, then we should try. I know I keep hammering on that every time, but I see these numbers and I just think like that $12 million chunk would be a good fix. Anyway, yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Mr. Kwan.
Thank you. I'll weigh in on the potential regional fire annex. The one issue and the biggest issue for me is that it will increase the cost on the people of SeaTac, the property value. So it's debatable, okay? But at the end of the day, that was the main reason why in the past the city of SeaTac decided not to get annexed and decided to contract out because there was a study done back then. And I'm okay with, revisiting this to see what the pros and cons are, and what the actual cost, difference is. But that was just what had occurred in the past. I do know that in Tukwila, the overall cost on property tax went up in Tukwila after they got annexed. So just wanted to make sure that we understand this going into it. So I do have some questions, I guess. So we currently have a hiring freeze for the 4 positions, web content supervisor, digital communication strategist, parking compliance officer, and recreation leader with a potential. So the proposition here is if we do not fill these positions, then the potential savings would be around $500,000. So the question I have is, these are the current positions that are being presented because they have not yet been filled, from what I understand, right? They're currently not filled, right?
So these positions, at one point, all of them, I believe, had a person in that position.
In the past, yes, but
But
right
they've
now,
been
they're
vacant.
not.
They're currently vacant.
They're currently
positions, right?
vacant, okay. So I understand that. Now, when we're looking back, the city has an expected level of service and an expected, the general public expects certain things from the city. And so the question is, these positions were filled at some point and they are currently vacant. But between then and today, 2022 or 3 until today, there has been additional positions added that increase the cost. Okay, so what are those positions is what I'm wondering, right? And what is the total dollar amount behind that? So to kind of like do a comparison here.
So Councilmember Quant, later in our presentation, I will be presenting all the
Okay.
positions we added in the
Okay.
22-23 budget. And
Okay.
so and the second item I want to bring to your attention, as a council, you can make a decision as we finish, get toward the end of this workshop to unfreeze positions that you find are important that we should continue to fill. So this is my proposal, but you certainly can choose positions that you feel are vital for the community and you want to keep funding. And we certainly can
Okay.
do that as well.
Okay, because what I also, the approach that I like is that, every city has, the public expects certain core services, right? Roads to be maintained, police and fire, whatever, all these core services. And so I think we need to try to focus on what are the core services that we should be providing, that we are obligated to provide to the public. And then what are the I guess, extra services beyond that is kind of like my approach here. And then the other thing is, I have a question about this as well. So we've got the ARPA funding, and that was a one-time revenue, right, that we got. And we spent that on various different things, right? So the rule of thumb for any sort of budgeting is one-time revenue for one-time expense, okay? And ongoing repeat revenue for ongoing repeat expenses, right? So the question I have is, has any one-time revenue been spent in an ongoing expense that we are being hit with now because there's no additional ongoing revenue coming in? You don't have to answer this question right away, but that's the approach that we should be taking, is one-time revenue, one-time expense, right? So we get something that comes in and we spend it one time. We get regular, like property tax is recurring revenue. Property tax goes into general fund, that can go through salaries and whatever recurring expenses, right? That's always been the rule of thumb for any sort of budgeting. And so I just I was wondering what that looked like. Not just the ARPA fund, but any other one-time revenue if it has been spent for ongoing expenses or allocated for ongoing expenses, I'd like to know what those are.
Yeah, today I'm not going to be able to provide that to you. That was my hope, to get that analysis done, but I was not able to. So hopefully I can have that for you by the time you have to make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
And also, Councilmember Kwan, we don't have a number on all the position. I will list all the positions we have. We don't have at our fingertips that number, but we can certainly add up the cost of all the positions added in the 22-23 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vincent.
Thank you, Mayor Eagle. I believe this question may be for the city manager here. Going back to the police services contract, is there a mechanism or a way that we can pay for the services that we are actually receiving? It's my understanding that we're paying the contract in full. There's a reconciliation process, and then we get monies back or unspent funds back. And to me, that just equates to a interest-free loan to the county. So is there a mechanism or a way that we could restructure that?
So that was brought up this week at our oversight committee for all the contract cities. Contract agencies pay about 58% of the sheriff's total budget. And so the contract agencies were asking, hey, we're budgeting for this, we're not getting the services. Can we just get that money up front? Because that would help us during our budgets. The sheriff's office said they would look into that, but it's kind of a hard balance game because they could end up filling those positions in the middle of the middle of the contract. So that is something that the sheriff's office is looking at when it comes to for those dollars. Now, we did program, and I'll probably direct myself to Finance Director Gwen Pyle, but we did estimate how much we believe we'll be getting back from the sheriff's office into our budget, programmed it in.
Yes, I would also like to add that the finance directors have been pushing on King County to give us something for, because it is an interest-free loan to them. We did get, because they had such a high vacancy rate over the last few years due to the COVID and everything, they did give us, and I can't remember what it's called, and I don't know if Troy's still on, but they did give us, or in the reconciliation, they gave us more money back because of this fair share piece because they couldn't fill the positions. But yes, finance directors have been pushing on this for years and we have made no headway. So it's nice to hear that they might be considering it now. But we did include our estimated reconciliation amount in this year's budget, which we haven't done in the past. So this will be a first to see how we did estimating what that's going to be.
Okay. And what are the risks associated with that estimate? Because I believe it was what, 500,000 that we anticipate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the risks are if the budget, if I'm wrong
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
higher
exactly.
or lower, then we'll have to come up with a funding source for it. But that you guys would definitely hear about that if I can't figure out how to pay for it.
Okay. And a question maybe, I see Chief Smithmeyer, and I probably already know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What is the likelihood of staffing beyond the 85% threshold?
I would say that not likely is probably my most diplomatic way of saying that, sir. It's been a tough hill to go up, and again, this is a nationwide problem. This has definitely hit our region very, very hard. Hiring qualified candidates to be police officers right now it's been very difficult. So that's a long way of saying not likely, Councilmember Vincent.
Okay, that's what I thought. So back to the city manager, can we get a timeline from the county on that request if we can pay for services that we are currently receiving, just to help us with our budget?
We did ask yesterday at our oversight committee meeting. They said they would get back to us. So I will certainly report back to council what they would say about that upfront monies. I will add on to what Chief Smithmeyer said. It doesn't look in the foreseeable future that we'll get up to 100% of our staffing. I would say based on their projections, nowhere in the next 5 or 6 years would we be up at 100% staffing, just based on the amount of retirements, the amount of individuals and how long it takes to get a sheriff deputy in and trained and on the street. It doesn't appear that we'll be up at that 100% level, at least the next 5 or 6 years.
Yes, and I understand that, but I guess what I'm asking is if we can get a confirmation from King County of when we'll receive that answer. I don't want to wait until the end of the year. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, if that's reasonable.
I do-
Yeah.
Oh, for that upfront money, we will not receive that. King County has not moved that fast in the past, based on my experience at the Oversight Committee. It will, our next meeting is in December, and it will probably be, hopefully they'll have an answer by then. It's, I believe, December 12th, I believe, is their next meeting.
Okay, that doesn't work for me, but I'll take that offline with you. Yes.
Okay, we are a little bit behind the schedule, Councilor Vincent.
Mayor Egal, if I could just get one more question in. Yes, thank you. So just with the parking services, I believe Councilmember Kwan touched on just essential services that the city is providing. For me, I've heard from the constituents, from the residents here, that parking compliance needs to improve. And the fact that we are looking at, not filling this vacant position, I'm curious to know if there's any other funding mechanism, such as, with the Port ILA, we receive a significant amount from, the parking tax. To me, that seems like that could potentially fund this vacancy.
So the Port ILA fund is a $1.4 million payment from the port to the city to fund police services and traffic, and it does include parking. We can look at that again to see if we can somehow make that happen. But the first time I looked at it, it can only be in airport areas. So there are going to be some restrictions on where they can actually do their compliance work. But we can certainly look at that again to see if we can make that happen.
Thank you. Yeah, let's get creative on that. If it's 60% of the position will be funded because they're working in the permit parking zone or area, I'm fine with that. We just can't just leave that position vacant. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor LaBelle.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for putting some more work into the budget. First off, I had the same question that Councilmember Vincent had around the parking funding for the parking position, because it's in probably 2/3, if not 3/4 of our neighborhoods are close enough to the airport that this airport or a light rail station where folks are kind of extending the park and ride privilege outside of the established park and rides. And so we need the compliance to manage that. So as I look at this, and I know we're still in the act of reducing that, and the rec leader position are ones I'm not willing to not move on. I think childcare is we suffer far greater workforce complications and issues when we don't have adequate childcare. So there's that. I echo all very similar wording to, I think, Councilmember Kwan, in wondering, are there grant funded positions that we've rolled over into the general fund? If so, why? And what's the analysis on that? I know you said you're going to look into that. The debate in the conversation, I guess, around the Regional Fire Authority, we're facing it right now. We're facing an increase to residents right now. Like, I know there's what we should calculate. I don't think it's debatable what the number is. It's calculatable. These are things we can determine, right? About which is more expensive, which is less expensive. If we keep going like this, we will have to raise taxes in order to pay for public safety. That's where all the increases are. So I think we're kind of facing raising the resident share already. And so if the annex model, appears to be a little bit more than what residents are paying right now, I think what we're going to see is that this is going to keep going up. This is the trend we're seeing. This is going to result in a special tax or an increase in just general taxes from the city that residents will feel anyway. So I think we should keep that in mind, is that this is already, we negotiated the RFA down like halfway down on what their increases were, right? So if we had put that all in, we would have pretty much no choice but to increase revenue through tax right now in order to just survive the next 2 years. So I think we're already facing that. Residents are already going to be facing that if we don't look at it at least and get a good number. My I'm still in this space of, I'd like to see everything, I kind of would like to see what we're statutorily required to do as a city. Which of those things are general fund? Because you don't touch them. Because if we're required as a city to do these things by statute, then we have no choice. Then there's statutory things that we're able to fund through non-general fund. That's great. And then there's these optimal things that we're doing. Some of those are funded by non-general fund. That's great. It doesn't hit us in the general fund. What are the things we're doing that are not required, non-statutory, that are general fund? Because that's where we need to, I mean, honestly, I was gonna request that you just pull all of those things out and we put them in piece by piece until we fit into a balanced budget. Anything that's not statutory, but general fund, or you move them into, we find out which of these things can go into a specially funded. So it's kind of a quadrant model. I've got it all emailed to you, just how my mind is thinking of this. Statutory, general fund, can't really touch unless you can move it into a non-general fund account, which creates room capacity in the general fund. And then statutory, externally funded or special tax funded, okay, fine, don't touch it. More of like an optimal thing, but don't touch it. Unless you're gonna move it to make room for something else from this one quadrant is where we have the option of cutting things. And so I'd like to know which things are in that quadrant so we can start making decisions that are legal, but also get us closer to a balanced budget. Also, if there is stuff that we just feel like, well, this is a nice thing, there are other things I want to be doing. There are other things the residents have said they need. And right now we can't even evaluate which of those things are more worthy or not, because we're just trying to get down to the balanced budget point. So I'd like to see what those things are, and I'd like to explore how much it would take to kind of just pull them and then put them back in piece by piece. Those are the decisions that we are able to make as council, I think. We can't do something that's going to break the law on what we're statutorily required to provide as a city. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clever. Deputy Mayor.
A lot of what's been said, same. I was kind of wondering like how we can move things around to get things to be paid for out of the budget that maybe they make more sense out of. Because I think when I think of the general budget and the way I'm sorry, the general fund, the way I'm hearing it here, it's not like the piggy bank that we just go to and like grab from when we need to pay for something, right? We have all these different budgets. And so just making sure that we are going back and looking at that and getting a sense of where some of these positions can fit, especially because of what Councilmember Lovell just said, what is like mandatory and required versus what can we kind of like, we have more wiggle room for. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I agreed what many of the council members said, but I just want to add a few things. In the King County Sheriff, they can't stop us as they have promised in the ILA, but we are still paying what we have promised them. There's something wrong with that. So we need our money back. And they should leave with their agreement. That can be 500,000, 1 million, whatever is that. But fundamentally, they are taking advantage. We need our money back. And the other city should do that. And if we need to talk to the executive county, executive key county, I will be very happy to do that. I'm looking for cuts. It's meantime, and the meantime need is mean cuts, which means that programs, positions, everything is on the table, should be on the table. I cannot support as it is. We have $9 million. I cannot support it. I think we can pay our bills. We have enough revenue, but we are overspending it. So I like to see that, and I said it last time, that each department to look at and say what we can live, and we need to have it, and what we can live without it, which is very simple. Unless directors and the city manager, you come up with that, I will propose 3% across the board budget cut. Then you will figure out, because we are not giving you more money. Figure out each apartment I want to save. I don't want to cut the services, core services, the police, the fire, the roadies, the lights, public work, basically. I don't want to touch those things. But there's really here, actually, what Ms. Liquid said is really the guy, basically. We added 27% of salaries. And we add another 51% of the benefits, right? That's how much we can save. If we say, let's say, the benefits 38%, that will give us 13%. I don't know what that 13% will be, right? But it will give us some money. You don't have to cut programs. You don't have to cut that. The salaries, 27%. I don't know anyone who gets 27% raise really. So I will leave you that, but we need cuts. And at least we have to have, when I look at the numbers, I think 2 million was easy to do it. And hopefully today, at the end of this workshop, you will give us that 2 million, or you will bring it back with that 2 million cut. But I cannot support this. There is ways we can do it, painless, even maybe painful. Thank you. Ms. Negusi, we are behind almost. We are behind around almost 15 minutes. But go ahead, please.
Oh, just real quick. I think Mr. Lovell asked this question earlier, or asked a question earlier, and I think Director Pilo, you said that we would cover it later around the different positions that you would outline them, which ones are were allocated to ARPA, but are maybe now converted to general fund?
Actually, I wanted to speak to that, so thank you. There are no positions that were allocated in ARPA that are being moved to general fund at this time, with the exception of the lifeguard program, and that's because we can no longer fund it out of ARPA because those positions are no longer filled.
Right.
But in 2026, we will have 2 positions that we will have to consider. Either they are temporary limited term positions, and we'll or figure out a way to fund them.
Okay. My question was around, I asked this last time, I don't know if it's included later. But are there any contracts that we have approved that have not yet been, like any projects that have not yet begun? I think I had asked for a list the last time of things that, or of items that we had approved and there's funds allocated from the general fund, but have not yet, any underspend essentially is what I'm seeking.
I will be showing you our third quarter financials, which will give you the underspend where we're at so far. We have not, I'm sorry, we didn't go through and look at any projects or programs that aren't currently being started. I don't believe there are any that aren't already in progress. It is towards the end of the year, so I'm sure any contract has been at least is in underway. But I will show you that we are under our 75% mark where we should be at the end of the third quarter. And you can see that we will come in under expenditure, under the expenditure budget by about 5% we're estimating.
Okay, which can then be transferred to.
It will become ending fund balance, which
Right,
then
ending fund.
becomes a one-time revenue.
Right.
But yes, it would be available to be used.
Okay. The reason that I'm asking is I'm just thinking of like, just an example. It's just the first project that comes to mind that I haven't asked for a status update on in a while. Like for example, the rental, we were going to hire a contractor for the rental assessment, right? For the program. Help me out, y'all, with the name. The rental inspection, thank you. For example, like, have we started that? Like, it's just an example of something that we allocated, approved a while back. And I'm trying to I don't recall, I don't think it was general fund, it might have been. And has
So-
that begun, as an example, right? That I'm not trying to attack you, Director Maxon, but
He actually gave us an update on it the other day, so if
Okay.
we don't mind inviting
Yeah.
him up.
But that's just like an example of something, right? Like if we haven't started, maybe it's not
We don't.
urgent to begin that at this point, right? You know what I mean? Okay, so, but just as a.
So good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Evan Maxim. I'm your Community and Economic Development Director. I believe Councilmember Neguse, you're referring to the rental inspection
Yes.
study.
Yes.
We presented a update on that study to the Parks and Rec Committee, I want to say last Thursday, maybe. We had released a RFQ back in, I want to say late August. We did not receive any responses to the RFQ. I did receive at least 2 council member questions. Returned to Parks and Rec Committee to ask if there were any corrections or adjustments to that study. And indicated that we were intending to re-release the RFQ actually next Friday. So that is general fund money. The budgeted amount, I believe, was $50,000
Oh, okay.
for the inspection study. And that is certainly something, it was a decision card as part of your last biennial budget.
Right.
So that is something, if you, of course, directed us to halt work on it, we would do so.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so that's like an example of something, that's why I'm requesting what is out there currently that we have not begun, or where we've been unsuccessful in obtaining a contractor, right? Or something, maybe we can reconsider, can that be done in-house? Do we have capacity, right? Can we adjust some positions, right? Do some reclassifications and say, hey, you're no longer this, you're going to be this, right? And so I'm just trying to be creative here. And so for me, in order to make an informed decision and understand where can cuts be made or savings be made, I would like to see kind of a line by line, project by project from the departments, general fund departments, and see where potential cost savings could happen, like that 50,000. I understand that Parks and Rec said go out again, but maybe collectively we can say it's not urgent at this time, right? Maybe there are other things that we could do, because that's an additional $50,000 that could go towards the parking enforcement, right? Or whatever we decide. So that's all. That's just, yeah, thank you. And thank you, Director Maxim.
Thank you very much. You actually find us $50,000. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Council Members and Neguse. Okay, the next item in the agenda is the revenues, Director Pilo. Everything.
Revenue structure, we're going to start with our structure of our revenues, what makes up city revenues across all funds. You can see our major revenue drivers are sales tax and property tax, which make up about 47% of all revenues. That is the green and blue pieces of the pie. Intergovernmental revenues are grants and state shared revenues, and all other taxes, the red slice of the pie, includes parking tax, leasehold tax, and hotel motel tax. So first, I'd like to talk about our major assumptions when coming up with our revenue estimates. We always look at our history and our trends to see how our revenue streams have reacted to economic challenges of the past. We identify risks that are associated with particular revenue stream and review economic factors and forecasts that are available from other agencies like the state and King County. We consider outliers, growth factors, cost recovery and equity, and identify one-time revenues. So growth factors, is it a year-over-year increase? Is it a set amount? Is it development driven? Cost recovery and equity, how much of the cost should we recover? How much are we recovering? And should we be charging more or less? And then outliers, is it a regional sporting event? Do we have a closure of a major revenue provider coming up? So those are the things we look at. And then so as not to fund those ongoing expenses with one-time revenues, we do try to identify those one-time revenues and tie them to the ongoing or one-time expenses. So above all, at the end of the day, the revenues are estimated conservatively. And I would like you to keep that in mind. I estimate revenues conservatively so as not to find that we said, oh, we're going to get all of this money and then we don't. So that puts us in a different position. Just want to stress that. Okay, so now we're going to talk about property tax. Looking at property tax, there are 3 main components to the property tax levy that consists of the levy, the assessed valuation, and the levy rate. Council does establish the amount that's required to fund the budget, and the amount that is needed is called the levy. So that's the levy. The assessed valuation is provided by King County and the state, and that's the AV, and the levy divided by the AV results in a levy rate. So the levy can increase, so your decision can increase by the lesser of the implicit price deflator, otherwise known as the IPD, which I will use because that's really hard to say, or the 101% limit factor. The 2024 IPD was 2.57%, so the increase is limited to 1%. Council adopted a policy in June which states that will not increase the levy by the 1% if the 4-month general fund reserve is met, which it is. So all of my numbers are built off of using not the 1%. And then a public hearing is required before the levy can be set, and that is scheduled for November 19th. So this is our property tax teeter-totter. The base of the teeter-totter in yellow is the policy decision. That's how much we need to fund the budget. According to the policy, we take our 2024 levy of $18.6 million, add any new construction and any refunds to determine our new levy amount. So King County is still finalizing numbers, but the most recent total was $18.9 million. The city's AV on the left side of the teeter-totter, and I'm going to stress, the city's AV on the left side of the teeter-totter is 6.3 billion, which is up from 5.9 billion in 2024. However, this does not include the state numbers, and those will be provided until closer to November. So I have not included it here. So what you're seeing is if we did not have an airport in our city, this is what our AV would be. So when you divide the levy by the AV, it results in a rate of about $3 per 1,000 of assessed valuation. And the reason I use a teeter-totter to illustrate this is because as the AV increases, the levy rate decreases. And that's what I expect will happen, but because I can't be sure, I'm presenting the information I have at this moment. I will say last year, our assessed valuation from the state was about $2.2 billion. So if we were to take the 1% increase, that would be a levy of $20.6 million and a levy rate of $3.26 per 1,000 of assessed valuation, which equates to about $1,300 on a home valued at $400,000. Using the council policy not to increase by the 1%, the rate is $3 per 1,000 of AV, and it results in a $1,200 assessment on a home valued at $400,000. So bank capacity. We have always had a lot of questions about bank capacity. It is the highest allowable levy, less last year's levy, and it currently equals 1.3 million for 2025. If we were to levy the 1%, we would be cashing in our bank capacity. I would also like to point out that there are limits to carrying the bank capacity. If in the future our AV were to drop, we would be limited to our maximum statutory rate, which is currently $3.35 per 1,000. We would then have to defer our bank capacity until our AV increases to a point where the levy rate decreased back below the maximum statutory rate. Clear as mud, right? One thing we don't ever lose is our highest allowable levy, and that's always the starting point for the next year's levy. So this next slide is going to provide you a historical view, 10-year history of the AV, the levy, and the levy rate. I'd like to point out in 2022 where the AV dropped and the levy rate increased. When the AV went back up in 23, the levy rate dropped. That's that teeter-totter. Of course, in 2025, we're not yet accounting for the state assessed valuation, and so the rate is high again. We do anticipate it will go down. And I would like to pause here for property tax questions before I go on to the rest.
All right, I will start, Ms. Vincent.
Was that Vincent or Simpson?
Vincent, I knew you were asking me.
Thank you, Mayor Eagle. Ed, can you come back to me? I'm still looking at these slides.
Careful,
Thank
Mr. Lavelle.
I don't have any questions on how it's all calculated. I think I have more thoughts on alternatives or options and understanding what the options are that city council can exercise.
As far as property tax goes?
Yeah.
Well, you can levy the 1%,
Yeah.
which will get you about 1.3 or 1.7 million more than what we currently have.
Yeah, that's what I was just, that was what I was going to confirm, but that's kind of that number in that bank amount is really the maximum that we could, and that would result in, what is that? What was the increase that someone would experience on a $400,000?
Oh, yes. So if you go back to that slide, it's a 13, it's about $100,
$104
increase
more
on
per
a
year.
$4,000,
Okay,
$1,000 home.
thank you. That's it.
Mr. Kwan.
Thanks for the explanation. Always enlightening and convoluted. But I don't have any questions at this time. I understand this. Thanks.
Mr. Simpson,
Yeah, no questions. Thanks.
Mr. Nguzi,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Vincent.
None at this time. Thank you, Mayor Eagle.
Me too. Thank you. Good information.
I don't have
Well,
any questions
yeah,
either.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I always like to ask questions while the conversation is fresh in your head. So moving on to the fee schedule. The fee schedule is reviewed and updated each year alongside the budget process. We do adjust applicable fees by the CPI, and this was a policy that was created several years ago. Other fees may be revised, removed, or added as needed by department request. We did attach a red line version of the proposed 2025 fee schedule included in your packet, and a clean version. Thank you. A black line version. No, that's not what that is. A clean version as well. So our proposed 2025 changes, CPI adjustment on applicable fees are rounded to the nearest 50 cents. That was a 3.6% increase. It is calculated on the actual base fee, not on the rounded fee. Minor details, we get a lot of questions on that. We did update some park and facility rental fees, and we updated some recreation fees, and it does, the fee schedule as presented maintains revenues as are proposed in the 25-26 preliminary budget. So moving on to revenues by source on the general fund. This slide shows the makeup of the revenue sources for the general fund. You can see that property tax and sales tax make up 74% of our revenue sources in the general fund. Excise tax in lieu of property tax, the yellow slice, that is otherwise known as leasehold tax. Moving on, here is an overview of all taxes. We broke these down for you to give you a better idea of what the taxes consist of. You can see I did budget 19 million for property tax, so we're a little shy of that number right now, but the increase for the state assessed new construction can still result in reaching that point. On the retail sales tax line, you can see that we did not account for the assumed increase from the large soccer tournament that will be taking place here. I hesitate to say is it FIFA? FIFA, terrible. Sorry, I'm not a soccer fan. This is because the FIFA revenue will be considered one-time revenue, and we don't want to count that into our ongoing expenses. And we may also see an increase in expenses that we need to cover that. We have seen a decline over the last 2 years in gambling taxes, and I've adjusted 25 and 26 to reflect that. And the leasehold tax has increased due to airport opening new retail locations at the North Satellite, and we have accounted for that. Overall, for taxes, we're anticipating an 11.4% increase between 24 and 25 and a 3.2% increase in 2026. So here are all other sources of revenue for the general fund. Intergovernmental revenue is grants, and the decrease from grants is it's from grants that we know versus grants we don't know or haven't applied for yet. So any remaining grant funds from 2024 that are eligible to be used in 2025 will be carried over. Just want to make that clear. And as we're awarded grants, we will amend the budget to account for those. Miscellaneous revenue is primarily investment interest revenue, and you will see shortly that 2024 has greatly outperformed the budgeted amount. In the general fund, we anticipate an 11.9% increase for all revenue sources in 2025 and have assumed a 2.9% increase in 2026. We're going to look at some of the larger funds and their revenue sources. So looking at the street fund, the green piece of the pie is parking taxes. And for parking taxes, there's a 23% increase that has been estimated over 2024, and then a 4% increase in 2026 over 2025. Intergovernmental revenues are state shared revenues and grants. Again, unexpended grants will, at the end of 2024, will be brought forward into 2025. And we are also starting to see the motor vehicle fuel tax trending downwards. So it's not significant, but it is a trend downwards as we move to electric vehicles. Miscellaneous revenue is investment interest from long-term investments. Looking at the municipal CIP fund, sales tax from airport construction is the biggest contributor, the green slice of the pie, the light green slice of the pie. Charges for goods and services are the turf field use fees, and other taxes in yellow is REIT, our real estate excise tax. Taxes are estimated to increase in 2025 due to the number of projects happening at the airport right now. In 2026, we assume construction would slow with the FIFA tournament and then will increase again in 2027. We don't have a lot of grants right now for parks projects, and that accounts for the 35.7% decrease in that intergovernmental revenue line. And the miscellaneous revenue is interest from long-term investments. And lastly, we wanted to show you the transportation CIP fund, where you can see 52% of the funding comes from grants. Federal grants are green, state and yellow grants are yellow. We have a 10% increase in grant funding between 2024 and 2025, and a 32.4% increase in 26. Most of these grants have already been awarded. In this fund, charges for goods and services are agreements that we have with utilities for undergrounding agreements. So when we have a project, they pay us a portion of the cost to underground their utilities. And then the miscellaneous revenue, again, is interest from long-term investments. So to wrap up, all other fund revenue sources consist primarily of charges for service, intergovernmental revenue, and interest revenue. So these are all other funds revenue sources. Taxes and other funds include the hotel motel tax fund and the affordable housing sales tax fund. Licenses and permits are franchise fees in the solid waste fund and permit fees in the surface water management fund. Intergovernmental revenue are revenues from the ILA and the Port ILA fund and the Des Moines Creek Basin fund, and grant revenue in the ARPA fund. Charges for goods and services consist of stormwater fees in the stormwater fund. Fines and penalties are prostitution prevention fines in the restricted public safety fund. Miscellaneous revenue includes investment interest and rent from the tenants on the second floor. Other increases in fund resources are from the gain of sale on surplus equipment, and other financing sources are transfers from the surface water fund to the Des Moines Creek Basin Fund. And here's the revenue summary by fund for all other funds. And that wraps up revenue.
Mr. Noguchi.
I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Mr. Simpson. Mr. Kwan.
So we're seeing the 2023 actual and the 24 amended. We're very close to being able to see the actual for 24 because we're like 2.5 months away, maybe, hopefully. So some of the numbers for 24 seem to be a little bit lower, or a lot lower in some cases than 23, specifically the hotel motel fund. And from what I have heard, this is on slide, I don't know what page is this, page 33 in your slide. So the hotel motel tax in 23 was 2.5 million, right? And then in 24 amended is 1.9. But from what I have heard so far from the industry, I have heard that 24 was the busiest travel year in the history of our city and also in the history of the airport so far. So I was expecting that number to be substantially, or not substantially, but a little bit higher than 23. So what is the reason for the 1.9 versus the 2.5?
That was the projection back in 2022 when we put together the 23-24 budget, and
Oh,
that
so this
number
is
has
your-
not been amended.
I get it.
We
Okay.
don't usually amend revenues except for grant revenues.
Okay, okay. So for that one, at least, for the hotel motel, at least, we should be expecting over 2.5 this year.
Yes, I believe in our third quarter update, you'll see that number.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I was concerned about that. Thank you.
Mr. Lavelle.
Yeah, so I was wondering, can you tell me what number you use? Well, I guess where the comments or questions I have are around how good are you at revenue forecasts? So you say you do it conservatively. I'm curious, do you find, this is truly curiosity, not like a poking kind of thing. Are you someone, because I when I budget for my department at work, I'm a pretty conservative budgeter, and every year everyone's kind of, looks back and says, well, okay, well, we know James under budgets on everything, and then the revenues come in higher. So it'd be great if, James, if you told us how much you were going to raise this year so that we could actually plan and do important things for this, for the organization, the community, right? Are you like me, where you undercut so much that every year you're like, wow, Gwen, really?
So.
Or you're like rare, medium rare, well done. Like how far on that scale are you?
I am like you in
Okay.
that I budget my revenues very conservatively. However,
Okay.
this year I have stepped outside of my comfort zone just a tad and raised my revenue forecast just a tad.
From rare to
because-
medium rare, maybe.
Because
Yeah.
I do find that I have been too conservative in the past, and I will show you a slide and actually address that in just a bit. So.
Okay, and I again, I think it's when you're talking about the safety of residents in the city, it makes much more sense to be conservative on it than to be dangerous with it. Can I ask what numbers you use when you're looking at you use that $400,000 per home was that an example, or is that the actual number you use to estimate revenue?
Oh, for property tax?
Yeah.
No, what I use to estimate revenue for property tax is the prior year levy with the estimated new construction coming online. And then I just tack on a little bit for the airport, because who knows what they're gonna do. So I generally we increase it like 1%, or I mean, it really is just but we
Yeah.
do try to be, you have some.
So you don't really use
Yeah.
$400,000 as the average
Oh,
home?
no,
Okay,
no,
okay.
we don't. That is an example so that you can see how it's gonna impact.
Yeah,
a
in
resident.
easy math. I appreciate the round numbers and easy math.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and it used to be $300,000 home, and it was like, that's not legitimate.
Oh, yeah, and I
anymore.
just pulling up the King County Assessor's site, we see our average home value, 558,
Yeah.
right? And so,
Yeah,
and
I
that,
should
which is
probably bump that up again.
what my thought was too, is like that 400 seemed pretty dang low for what
Yeah,
I
that's,
see whenever they come up. And then the final question is, are we, it takes a long time to build a house, much longer to build, other things. But with the change at the state level, I have seen just in my neighborhood, I live on the east side of the airport in McMicken Heights. I've seen more ADUs popping up, right? Or folks subdividing, selling and subdividing, longtime residents moving away, selling, and then the lot gets subdivided. And the change in state law is going to theoretically increase the number of ADUs. Is that being factored in at all, or is that too new to really calculate what that impact will have?
I think it's too new to calculate that impact right now. And I have actually property tax history back until when the city started. And so we do track on that to try and see some kind of a trend. Thank you.
Yeah.
Words are hard today. But yeah, I think that's something that could impact our assessed valuation very much in the future. But I just don't know what that's going to be. And Evan and I have tried to work together to come up with a way to figure this out, because King County has one of the most difficult property tax processes in
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
the United States, from what I understand. So we're still trying to.
It's
figure out.
always nice to lead the field in something,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
All
I'll do
right.
the best I can.
Well, thank you very much, and sorry if the questions
No,
felt
that's
a
okay.
little pointed. I just want to make sure
No,
we're
that's fine.
doing good things for the residents. Thank you.
Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Mayor Egal. Director Pilo, can you go back to the fee schedule slide?
We are headed that way.
Thank you.
There we go.
Got it. So I was just curious, with these updated fees, have we considered just the affordability for the residents? I'm thinking of just high demand areas like the park and or the community center rental. Will these updated fees have any negative impacts?
So the fees for the parks, they actually took a really good look at those this year. They increased the revenue, they increased the fee for for non-residents, and they left the resident fee the same.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to hear. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Lovell stole my question about the home assessment value. Yeah, because 400,000 did seem too low. So that was what I was going to ask about. So if we could maybe go back and look at that.
Again, that's just an example of
Yeah.
if somebody, so in my next presentation on the 19th, I will increase that home value.
Thank you.
Mr. Kwan.
Thank you. Going back to the fee schedule, so I know that the goal should be full cost recovery. You know, we're not in the business to make money, but we shouldn't be in the business to lose money in this particular case. So are we, and I have heard from people who regularly host events or hold events in, you know, like the community center in SeaTac or wherever, that they chose the location because it was actually a reasonable cost compared to other cities. So one of the reasons for that I know is that, you know, we have very efficient, great staff, right? So our costs are relatively lower. So the question I have is, are we, number one, are we at a cost recovery model still? And is there any exemption to the fee schedule? Is anybody exempt from paying the fee at all?
Are you talking about parks,
Yes,
community
yes,
center?
or rental or whatever, public services, such like, you know, like even including permitting, things like that?
So permitting is close to full cost recovery. They're actually doing a study this year to determine what level of cost recovery they are and if they should be raising their fees. So they're actually in the process of doing that right now. Because one hasn't been done for many, many years, is my understanding. The Parks Department, again, Director Tuttle took a close look at the fees, found that we are not recovering full cost recovery. We're not near it. And so we are charging more to those non-residents to get closer to a full cost recovery model. And I think that she said that was going to be a 2-year process to get up to that so that we're not jumping it up so much that we lose people and then lose that revenue.
Right. So specific to parks though, what I have heard is that because SeaTac, we have some of the greatest facilities here, right? Amenities in our parks. So the demand is very high as a result of that. So I believe we could be charging a premium for a premium amenity, right? So anyway, that's just one of the ideas that was pitched in the past as well. And getting back to the permitting and any cost recovery model, the idea behind this was, for example, in the past, if somebody came in and they were looking to get a permit to, you know, build a porch versus somebody coming in to get a permit to build an entire house, right? That's very different costs inside the city, right? To review those two different ways. And so that was, I think, the idea is like, okay, what does it actually cost us to do the work for this, right? And so we should be recovering that cost.
Yes.
So, okay, just wanted to make sure that we're still following that sort of model. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you, Director. Well, I like what I'm hearing. Oh,
A little unrelated, not really.
please do.
Kind of my mind is wandering over here. Not related to fees. I'm curious about if we can look into any sort of restrictions, specifically with the FAA around, or if maybe you can answer that right now. I'm curious if we could, as a city, impose, this is just exploration, some sort of like environmental impact fee or like a landing fee. You know, noise impact, environmental impact, there's so much, right? And so I'm curious about that, if we as a city could tax airlines and also encourage them to, you know, reduce emissions and whatnot. So I'm just throwing out an idea.
Because it's a federally run facility that's governed by the FAA, I believe we cannot tax any type of aircraft going through the city or on the facility property, and that's a federal law. We would not be allowed to do that.
Okay. Sure, there's a loophole.
Actually, if I may,
Okay.
when we were negotiating the ILA,
Right.
we drug it through the mud trying to find a way to do
Okay,
that.
thank you.
And we finally settled on the $1.4 million for community relief.
Right, right.
To kind of negate that, but we didn't attach a dollar to the noise and we didn't attach a dollar
Okay,
to
so it's
the
just like a
air.
general, okay,
It
so
was
that was
just-
our way of going
Yeah,
around.
we thought
Yeah.
public safety was the best way to go with that.
Okay, okay. Which is the other idea running my mind of like, the only way we could make this money back is by renegotiating a better ILA, and with the SAMP and everything, I think we will get there.
Next time will be different.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Well, okay, so we are very behind. Sir.
Understand. I just wanted to weigh in real quick on the airport fees because I've been super involved with this, and so I know all about the fees. So there is a fee called the passenger, I think it's called passenger impact fee, PIF. at the facility. Passenger facility charge, PFC, right, or whatever. Right, that's the airport. And so right now there is an effort for all of the airports to try to increase that cap because it's limited by the federal government with the intent that the airport would use that for airport construction, right? And so the local cities, what we're doing is we are pushing to, okay, if you do increase the cap on that, then at least some of that should go to the local community, right? So that's a whole different discussion, but I just wanted to weigh in on that. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Simpson.
I just have a quick question, and this is for Evan probably. It's totally unrelated to what we were just talking about, but we've approved some multifamily tax exemptions over the last few years. I don't know how many of them were 8, 12, or 20-year exemptions, but I'm wondering when some of those property taxes begin to come online and how many tax exemptions we've approved and kind of the staggered timeline of when those revenues will start to come online from those projects.
Pardon me. Good evening, council members again. Councilmember Simpson, you have approved several. I couldn't tell you how many you've authorized in a preliminary fashion at this point. My rough memory, and please take this as rough, would be 4 or 5. I'm aware of one tax exemption at the moment that has actually come online. I'll remind the city council that the multifamily tax exemption itself does not actually diminish your property tax revenues. It only affects the taxes collected for the residential portion of the development. So as a property tax policy item, it wouldn't be something that I think would meaningfully shift the budget revenue for here. I think you have 3 or 4 still in the wings that could come forward.
Point of clarification, it's only for the units that are meet that threshold, the AMI, right? It's not on the complete residential, right?
That is actually not correct, Councilmember Neguse.
Okay.
It is for the entire residential portion.
Okay,
If it's a mixed use building with commercial and residential,
yeah,
the commercial component is not reduced.
okay. So it's good that we're increasing or proposing to increase our threshold.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's wild. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, council members. Well, we are behind 23 minutes. So I will send my email to my questions, and the next item will be fund balance, and it will be Director Bailo.
Okay. So part of the budget process is to review our 2024 year-to-date actuals and compare those to the budget and estimate where we think we're going to end the year for revenues and expenditures. And this determines our starting point for 2025 or our 2025 beginning fund balances. There's that slide. So this, to do that, we put the revenues and the expenditure estimates into this spreadsheet. And the blue columns on the far right you can see the budgeted ending fund balance versus the estimated ending fund balance. And you can see there's an increase in estimate over the budget of 29% over all funds. So in that top line is our general fund. You can see that we're estimating 8% more in revenue in the green, 5% less in expenditures in the red, orange, and that equates to a 17% increase in fund balance. And that's going to be our beginning fund balance for 2025. Now, if we continue to reduce our expenditures and if our revenues continue to come in higher, then that number will be bigger. And we will adjust that in the middle or several months into 2025. I wanted to point this out to you because on our next slide, that 2024 estimate ending fund balance becomes the 25-26 beginning fund balance. And this is the summary of the budget for all funds. So what we do is we take that beginning fund balance, we add the revenue, we subtract the expenditures, and that leaves us with our budgeted ending fund balance. Simple math, right? You can see in the general fund, we do have 36.4 million in ending fund balance. And the next slide is going to break it down to you to provide a few more details and show a bit of history. What it doesn't show you is that in 2023, we budgeted the use of $3.8 million in ending fund balance, but we ended up with a surplus of $6.1 million, to answer your question of how good my revenue estimates are. In 2024, we estimated that we would need to use $3.9 million of fund balance, but we're now estimating only needing to use $1 million. The proposed preliminary budget for 25 and 26 uses 3.8 million in 1 year and 5.8 million in year 2, leaving a 14.8 million excess fund balance at the end of 2026. The increases in expenditures are from that $8 million increase in the fire contract. These are biennial numbers. $8 million increase in the fire contract, $4.5 million increase in the police contract, and a $5.4 million increase in salaries and benefits. Those are general fund numbers only. If we're cautious and if we can control our spending and revenue comes in better than anticipated, we could end on a more positive note. There's always a risk of going the other way in a more negative situation. However, we do have policies in place to manage a downturn, and we have used them in the past to get through tough budget situations. Later tonight, Kyle's going to provide you with an overview of what service levels have increased, some additional ways that we can decrease our proposed budget, and some optional revenue sources we could look at for the future. No matter what budget you approve, the next biennium should really be one where we take a hard look at the services that we provide to determine what meets the council goals, what is necessary, and what we should be funding. This will help us decide if we truly do need additional revenue sources or if the current funding sources are adequate to move us to a better outlook in the future. And that concludes my presentation.
Good. All right, so we are still behind. Ms. Nugusi.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Simpson.
I think we should keep moving.
Mr. Kwan. Keep
Let's
moving.
keep moving. Thank you.
Mr. Vincent.
Let's keep moving.
Ms. LaFell.
Just a quick clarification, that number in the green here, that's the excess over surplus.
That is correct.
Just term clarity, okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
No questions.
Okay, let's move.
Okay. So we're moving into our third quarter 2024 financials. This is an abbreviated version of what I would normally present at ANF, and I hope I have pulled the information that you will find important. This is our revenue stoplight report, where you can see we only have one red light, and that is our real estate excise tax. We have had a very positive real estate sales in the past, but this year with the higher interest rate, the real estate market here has suffered. We should be about 67% of budget, but we're only at 36%. REIT funds parks projects in the municipal CIP fund, and this downturn will have an impact on future projects that are out more than 3 years, but current projects are not impacted. The yellow dot for leasehold excise tax and motor vehicle excise tax mean that they're running slightly behind what we would expect. And these are quarterly payments to the city from the state. So I'm hoping that the third quarter payment, which will come in October, will make up a large portion of the difference. So at the very top of this chart, you'll see that we've collected about 55% of our property tax, which makes sense. Our second half is due in October. And the sales tax that goes into the general fund is at 65% of budget, about 7% over where we anticipate we would be. And that's very positive. Sales and use, the next line down from construction at the airport, is double what we budgeted. So that is also very positive as it goes to pay for those parks projects in years 4 and 5 that still need funding. And overall, taxes are 65% collected, 8% better than expected. Moving down into the middle section, permits and services are doing very well, with only parks program fees and turf fees being slightly behind budget. The grant section is really just to show you where we are at with our grant spending, and any unused available grant funding will be moved forward to 25 at the end of 24. Investment interest has done very well, as has the all other revenues category. Because of the timing of when we receive certain revenues, we would have expected to receive 58% of budget at the end of Q3, but we are at 63%. This is our next chart, is our monthly sales tax chart. So this includes all retail sales tax, including construction sales tax. The red line is 2024, and you can see sales tax continues to grow each year, but I would like to point to the bright blue line. It's hard to read on this one, but the bright blue line, which was 2019, and then the yellow line, which was 2020. I do hope we never see anything like that again. But we do need to be cognizant of these situations, and we were able to bounce back, but these are the risks we need to protect against. So moving on to more specific revenue reports, the top chart is retail sales tax generated by businesses at the airport, and you can see that continues to grow and makes up 36% of all sales tax generated in the city. The bottom chart is our construction sales tax, and you can also see that that is also doing very well, as I previously stated. So these are the expenditures in the general fund. I hope this chart shows you some of what you were requesting last meeting. I'm now understanding you do want more detailed analysis, but this shows you where our current spend with our departments are in the general fund. So all departments are at or below that 75% mark. With the exception of the council budget, which pays for all of the memberships at the beginning of the year. So if we were to equalize that payment across the year, the council budget would be at 73%. Expenditures in other funds. Here we are showing that all other funds are below that 75% mark. Overall, we are at 43% across all funds. Here's our ARPA fund detail. Totals and estimated cash balances on the far right use our prior year actuals and our budget numbers from 24 through 26. All $8.1 million of the ARPA money has been or is in the process of being committed, and the excess amount that is above that is from earned interest, which we can roll into the general fund at the end of 2026. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, Mr. Lavelle,
No questions on this one.
Mr. Vincent,
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Neguzzi,
Can you come back to me?
Simpson.
When you say the earned interest, are we just talking about the earned interest on, the only thing that I see that could have earned interest on the ARPA fund would be the capital access program?
So the interest is what's earned on, so they paid us that $8.1 million up front, and the
right,
interest is
on
what we're
that.
earning on that $8.1 million.
Yeah, I could use a refresher on the capital access program overall. My impression on some of these things was that for certain programs, we were looking for some sort of return on the initial investment. It might have been the capital access program, but it could have been something else.
So the small business capital access program is the one that they're currently just getting the last 2 contracts ready to come to you for approval. And that is improving small business access to capital, yes. So we would hope to see a return on investment on that.
Okay, understood. All right, thanks.
Mr. Kwan.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the actual through September 30th, 2024. And I'm primarily focused on things that are within the control of the city or our council. Can you explain the motor vehicle tax for city streets 102? From what I understand, that is something that comes through the state.
That is a state shared revenue, yes.
Correct. And so I am very familiar with that tax revenue decreasing as a result of electric cars, and gas tax is the primary driver for this. And so this is an issue overall, so I am aware of that, but that is outside of the city's immediate control.
That is correct.
Okay, so what is inside the city's immediate control is the 70% decrease in park programs and the 72% decrease in the Valley Ridge North SeaTac turf field. So do we know what is going on with that? Why is there a decrease there?
So that's not a decrease. We've only collected 70% and 72% of what we budgeted. So that's actually a 3% decrease and a 5% decrease. I don't know what, as you said, what's going on there. I do know that Valley Ridge and North SeaTac Park are soccer fields, and my understanding is soccer happens in the fall. So we hope to see those revenues increase in the fall.
Okay, so we should be able to meet those.
We are hoping, yes.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Give it to Mayor.
Okay, I do have a question that's kind of about this, but so when we receive these funds, and it's gonna sound silly, do you get a check? Do they like just deposit it into our accounts? Like, where does it exactly go? How do we get it?
So we receive them in many different ways. Some are
Okay.
electronically deposited into our account, and we receive a remittance and we receipt them into the system. Very few state agencies send checks anymore.
Okay.
We don't receive many large checks from state agencies. They're mostly small checks for fees or fines or payments for permits.
Okay, that was really the only question.
Sure.
It's okay. I'll ask later. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so here is my thinking. All the revenue are good, green, basically, but we are dipping into our saving. That doesn't make sense, really, to me. So we need to have, the city is getting the money. We have the money. Should be able to cut some programs. I mean, that saving is for the meantime, rainy day fund. But when you are getting the money that you are projecting, and you are getting it as you projected it, or better actually, you should not be able. So there is something missing there. I think we added a lot of positions and we have added some programs that is, we were not planning, basically. So yeah, good presentation. This should give us clarity actually that we are getting the money and we need to make decisions to how to make saving. Thank you. So if there's no any other questions, we will go down, and we are still behind the technical financials. Oh, so the next item will be, whatever I was saying, okay, all right, sorry about that. Anyway, it's 4:15. The next item in the agenda will be the third quarter financials, 15 minutes.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. This is, I will be presenting our 2023-24 service level increases. This is something council has asked for when it comes to how many programs and positions have we created over the last 2 years. I broke it down by department, so you can see which departments have added positions and programs. Beginning with parks, there was a creation of the Natural Resources Division that's paid out of the general fund. This was a response to, I believe, 2 council request forms, but this is protecting our forests and natural environment, including a citywide tree and natural areas management program and tree assessment. We also have a volunteer and special events coordinator, which was a response to a council request form. This is adding a myriad of events and festivals to our city, which fit more of what our city needs are. We had a great presentation at Parks and Rec last week about how successful many of these programs are. We added an additional administrative assistant to the Parks Department for centralized reservations so that there's a one-stop shopping for our customers to whether they want to have a gazebo or a picnic table, or if they want to reserve a field. It's all a one-stop shopping for them. We also added the summer lifeguard and water safety program, which was paid out of ARPA for 24, but we'll be moving this to the general fund. And this was also a request from council request form. As we learned at the Parks Committee last year, this has been very successful to our community. People are coming from all over because we have lifeguards and it's a safe place to swim. When it comes to the police department, they added the community engagement officer to increase engagement with our community. They added the mental health community responder, which is in ARPA funds, which will run out in 2026, and council will have to make a decision whether to move that to general fund. And this position was just filled, and they're going out helping deal with people with mental illness or a mental crisis. The city model for the police department, I know this is something Council Member Neguse, you were asking about. This was funded to increase service levels in CTAC. I believe if the chief is still on here, we added 3 additional sergeants and an additional captain. What was happening before is we had a shared service model with the city of Burien. And when they were running data on this, they found out that 87% of the time our sergeants and above were responding to Burien for calls as opposed to Burien coming and helping us with calls. So they felt that it wasn't a fair share. And so by moving to the city model, Burien now, I believe, gets their resources from unincorporated King County, where we, our sergeants and above, I believe, remain in the city. If you have further questions on that, I may pause for a second. Chief Smithmeyer is on the call and could probably better answer our city model than if council has any questions.
I would be very happy to chime in on this one. Yeah, the city manager really nailed down the nuts and bolts on why the council went and approved the city model for us. There was it was a significant kind of lopsided who was getting the benefits, and to no fault of Burien's, they're just a busier city. Our supervisors spent such an inordinate amount of time over in the city of Burien and in unincorporated King County handling their administrative duties that the city was kind of being left behind. The city had grown over the last couple of years, and the span of control had become pretty unmanageable for the sergeants. And so we added what really turned out to be a turning point for the city. And especially as we've kind of looked at the data with complaints and how we've been able to really mentor our young officers with having a sergeant per shift per squad, as well as an additional captain to handle the administrative duties. Before, we had one captain, me at the time, handling both the patrol side and the detectives. So there were, I had 10 sergeants that that I was managing at that time, and it was pretty untenable. So, there are a ton of additional benefits. It'll take me too long to explain them all, but really it did come down to a span of control and what was equitable for what the city was paying for compared to what they were getting at the time. So I hope that provides a little bit of an explanation on that. And I'm happy to go into greater detail. I don't think right now I know we're on a time crunch, is probably the best time.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, you guys, I'll stay here all night. I have no problem. So I do have a question. So community engagement officer, why is that not under, again, kind of going back to the ILA? Why is that not considered a specialty officer that could be filled under our contract? So that's my first question. And I know initially this was funded through, I think, we had a grant, right? We were awarded a grant for 1 year for the community service officer position. That was when we first brought in Officer Gurmai.
We had a 3-year
Correct.
grant,
3-year grant.
and I'm gonna let Troy answer that because he knows.
Yeah, we had Detective Gramai for those first 3 years. He was the one that filled it initially. As to what was the question again, council member? How
So
is this
as part of
something-
I believe the King County Sheriff's Office offers specialty officers, right? So, or specialty positions such as
Yes.
school resource officer, right? And the
Correct.
community engagement officer sounds like it could be a specialty police position. And so I'm wondering, rather than coming out of the general fund, why is that not something that we could negotiate as part of our ILA? Or is that something that we've explored or not?
Well, ultimately, so the community engagement, we can do whatever it is that we want with that community engagement officer. That was a position that the council really wanted to continue on with that type of work. So if
Right.
you wanted to take that position and you wanted me to say, you are now a deputy and you answer patrol calls, we could do that. So that technically is part of that specialty fund. It really comes down to what does the council want? And that was the direction from the council, is we want to continue that position. But I'm happy to change that to fill a patrol spot, or however you want that position. If you don't see the value in that position, we can take that position and convert that into a patrol position if that's what you're asking. So that is part of the police services contract.
Right. So I guess what I'm asking, I do find value in this position, right? I've seen our community engagement officers in action, and I'm not suggesting that we change that position unless there's a creative way for them to, continue to remain. I guess, so with our 51 positions, right, we have the 21 patrol, or 27 patrol positions, right? We have the one motorcycle officer, one school resource officer. So I'm saying, of the vacant positions, why can't one of those vacant positions become a community engagement officer, right? If we've outlined, here are the 51 positions and 7 are vacant, can we change these 7 to become captains or deputies or additional school resource officers to meet our city's needs? Does that make sense? Are we able to do that within our interlocal agreement, or do they determine what positions are required for the city of SeaTac?
No, those positions are, so as far as the line staff, the deputies and detectives and the sergeants, no, I have the ability to, if
Right.
there is a pay differential, we can't make them sergeants. So as far as the deputies and detectives, those allocations are basically for me to decide this is where the need is at. And of course, with the input of the council. So I'm not sure. I think we're saying the same thing. We can allocate the patrol deputies to whatever allocation we want out of let me do the math in my head. We have 3 detectives, 6, 33. So we have 34 deputy and detective positions. We can move those around to whatever holes we need filled. As far as the vacancies, that won't change the vacancy rate that we have. Does that make sense, council member? I'm trying to put this together the best I can.
Yeah, Chief Smithmeyer, I don't know if you can see, we're kind of looking at each other, scratching our heads, trying to see where the miscommunication is. I think what Councilmember Neguse is asking is, what if instead of having 7 vacancies, you only had 6 because one of them becomes the community services officer?
Yeah, so that's what I can't do that. So there we go. Right now we have 50 FTEs for the police department. And that's what we're contracted for. So I understand the question I now understand. We get 50 and that's just what we're paying for. So if we can't, go ahead.
No, and what you're saying is there's some mechanism that prevents one of those 50 from being the community services officer? Am I asking that correct,
It-
Councilman Agusa?
It wouldn't be, it. I understand what you're saying. There wouldn't be that would be basically saying that would be an add to the contract. So instead of 50 commissioned officer, that would be 51 commissioned officer. We are always going to have whatever the fair share, the 85%, we're always going to have that number, which right now turns out to be 7 vacancies. So I understand what it is that you're asking, but that's not something that's possible. It's still an FTE.
Yep, and I think that's where what Councilmember Neguse and what some of us were wondering is, what if the contract instead was for 49 and we added 1, which was the community services officer? I think we're all just amending the contract to include that
To
position.
adjust those positions.
Yes. So if we were to get rid of a vacancy and we added an additional vacancy and we just said this specific vacancy is a community engagement officer, that would still be the same. We would still have 50 FTEs. It wouldn't be, there isn't a separate, like a bifurcated position, because if that was the case, then we could say, let's get rid of our 7 vacancies and we'll have 7 community engagement officers. And then we're at 100% and we can utilize those community engagement officers to handle patrol calls, I think, if that makes sense.
Not necessarily. I think what we're trying to say is if we did that change, it would free up general fund. That's really what we're getting at in this process, right? Is if we could move this position out of general fund over to the ILA to pay for it.
I understand.
So the ILA only funds traffic officers, and right now that's 6 officers, and then possibly the parking compliance. And that was the agreement that we made, that it only funds traffic officers.
That's what we're looking for is there anything in the ILA that prevents us from moving this position into that? And it sounds like there is.
Yes.
That's it, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the King County ILA, and I think we're talking about maybe the Port ILA.
No, we're talking about the King County ILA.
Oh, okay. So the King County, okay, so let me try.
There's a
The
difference.
King County ILA, we have 7 vacancies because due to the fair distribution of vacancies, our number is 7. So we are gonna have 7 vacancies no matter where they are in the contract.
Thank you. It's the fair distributions piece that's causing an
That's
issue.
missing. Mhm.
So, okay, thank you. That makes sense. And thank you, Chief. Okay, so then my question, okay. I'm trying to, so previously we were under the shared supervision model. Now we are under the city model. And it sounds like we do not have authority to hire our own for certain positions.
Any contracted position, we cannot
Any
hire.
contracted position.
That's under the authority of the King County Sheriff's Office.
Was there some language though, if we had folks identified for those positions? Or because,
Not aware of that.
Kind of like a community workforce agreement kind of thing, where if we've got people who want to work in CTAC,
right?
we can't actually increase our number of deputies because
Right.
we'd be we'd be dipping into that fair share.
Correct.
And KCSO would say, sorry, we need to redistribute labor to make sure that all parts of King County that we have contracted is
Yes,
safe.
and
Right.
I'm wondering if there's some sort of an exception or some sort of language we could encourage across the board. I think the other contracted cities would support that, just as a strategy, I guess. But the other question I had is around the North CTAC site, the police site that we're opening at Polaris, as well as the site here at City Hall. Do we meet the requirements for a city police precinct? And that's under section 6.4 of our ILA, Chief, if.
I do not have the ILA in front of me.
Okay.
So I can't accurately answer
Okay.
that question right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'm just wondering if we meet the requirements of a city police precinct, meaning, we have a holding cell, we have, we're able to house all of our precinct command staff or a portion of them, right? And they have access to restrooms and things like that. there's potential cost savings there, right? And so if we are not a city police precinct, I'd like us to explore that because then we wouldn't have to pay the associated administrative and operational costs, right? That we are currently
Understood.
paying to King County. So
Yeah,
just as
and that's
as
a-
an idea, especially with the addition of the north site, right?
And that's a great idea. According to the eyes of King County, at least from the sheriff's office, we are officially precinct 6. So as far as the dollars and cents that we pay into overhead costs for King County and all that, that is above my understanding. I think maybe Director Pilo might have a little bit better idea, but that's been a struggle for a long time to fully understand what it is that the city of SeaTac is paying exactly.
And
So,
it has
great-
been a
great question.
struggle. It has been a struggle for overhead, which we addressed last time. I can tell you that we get about a $40,000 credit status.
We get a $40,000 credit return from that.
Our contract is reduced by about $40,000.
Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll have other conversations, but yeah, that's the question that I had, but it sounds like because of the fair distribution. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Simpson. Fine.
I don't have anything, thanks.
Vincent.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, and I don't have question. We are still behind almost for 30 minutes. So, you wanna take break, 50 minutes? 10 minutes break? I think we should take break. All right, so I will recess this, start. Do I have? Yes, okay, good. So it is 5:01. We'll take 10 minutes break and we'll be back 5:11. Okay, it is.
There's lowrider.
Oh. All right, I will extend our 10 minutes break to 15 minutes break. So we will be starting on 5:15. Oh, all right, it is 5:15. I would like to call to order for our CTAG Council Budget Workshop 3. The next, we have 4 council members here and 2 is around, and Mr. is actually removed. So the next item in the agenda is the general fund forecast. Gwen, it's all yours again.
We're actually going to pick up where Kyle left off with our service level increases, if that's okay.
That will be fine.
Okay, because
Yes,
it
sir.
tails into it.
Beautiful.
All right, I'll be a little more swift through the rest of these items. And then at the end, if people have questions, can ask questions. As part of the police budget, we added the Flock safety cameras system, which is a tool to reduce crime in our community. And as Councilmember Neguse brought up earlier, we have the SeaTac Police Community Outreach Center, which is at the Polaris site where our community engagement officer is housed. Moving over to CED, we have added a human services manager. This has increased the capacity of the city to provide human services to the SeaTac community and also seek additional funding. We added a commercial plans examiner. This is helping us with the Port of Seattle projects, especially as we go into the SAMP project phase of the city. We also added a long range planner. And this was to assist with land use activities, especially we have our comp plan going on, our city center plan, and some other, and we're really doing more community outreach when it comes to these plans. And so that was part of that position. And then we upgraded our permit database to the Llama system to make it so that people could apply for permits online. City Manager Office, we have added the Community Outreach Strategist, which is in ARPA until 2026. And this was a request by response to a council request form. And they are seeking out at multiple dozens and dozens of community events. And then we added our multimedia video specialist. This was in response to a council request form. This was once we hit COVID, we were not prepared for all of our online virtual life as meetings and such. So this individual does that along with creative original programming for CTV and also our social media channels. In Public Works, we added the Crisis Track Damage Assessment software. This is actually used by our emergency management to better prepare us during disasters of how we will deal with all of our assessments of our damage to our community. And then we upped our emergency management position to full-time. This is to really help us during COVID and then prepare us for the future for any type of emergency event that might occur in our community. Information systems, they have added a systems analyst to help us with our ever-growing network, including network security, cloud presence, disaster recovery, which is growing more and more important as we see our neighboring agencies, both the schools and the airport, after being hacked. We have our IS Technical Projects Manager. This is a general fund, but a 5-year limited term position. What we were finding is our large-scale IT projects, no one was coordinating it across multiple departments, and this individual has really made a huge difference to try to get us have a plan and manage these large-scale projects, especially when they affect multiple departments. And then we upgraded to Microsoft Office 365, which has helped us with Teams and SharePoint and other sharing tools. Our municipal court added a community court coordinator, which is paid by grant funding, and a community court support assistant, which has been proved to be very popular on our community court days here, where we have resources, human resources and services for anyone in the community, including those individuals that are going through the community court program. And in the finance department, we added a grants administrator. This is a ARPA position, but in 2026 would be a choice whether the council wants to move it to the general fund. And this has really helped us coordinate a lot of our grant opportunities and also finding grants that we have previously not applied for and discovering those grants. And that is the end of my presentation.
So I'll pick up if there's no questions. Okay, so continuing with our general fund forecast, our assumptions, I would first of all like to point out that forecasts provide boundaries to show the future effects of decisions that are made today and allow time for early adjustments. Our general fund forecast has been updated with our 2024 year-end estimates and does not include any decision cards. Our future year assumptions include increases to assessed valuation for property tax and a moderate sales tax increase. Expenditures are increased 3% for COLA and 40% increase for benefits year over year, which is our 5-year average. We've increased supplies and services a moderate 5%, and public safety contracts are increased between 8 and 10%. There are some unknowns that are not accounted for in this forecast. That's FIFA and its effect on sales tax and the increased service levels that might be required. And it also does not include moving any of those positions, which I misspoke, is 3 positions from the ARPA fund back into the general fund when ARPA is done in 2026. So this first graph shows you the trend line. The red line is the expenditures. Expenditures are exceeding revenue in 2024. That's the $1 million I talked about earlier. The dotted blue line is the use of fund balance to fill that gap. So the green line shows the revenues, the red line shows the expenditures, and the blue line is the fund balance. This shows you that we run out of fund balance in 2030. So the next chart, this chart depicts the use of fund balance based on the forecast. The gray bars are the reserve target. The green bars are the amount available above the target. And if all things remain the same and no changes are made, we would start using our target fund balance in 2028 and again run out of fund balance in 2030. Past forecasts, we've been out between 2 to 3 years. That's the point where we've always kind of been before the green disappears and the blue line hits the gray bar. With increased public safety costs, that has shortened the time frame this year. After the break, which we just took, so never mind, in a few minutes, Kyle will be providing you with decision cards that were submitted, some additional ways to decrease the proposed budget, and some optional revenue sources that we could look at for the future.
Okay, so we took our break, so we will actually continue. Okay, any question, comments, Mr. Lavelle?
None on this part. Thank you.
Ms. Neguzi?
My only question is, do you anticipate that by the end of this meeting, we will have consensus that, are we going to finalize this budget? Is that the expectation or the hope?
Well, the hope is that we would get some policy direction so that we could go back and create the budget that you all want to see and approve. So I'm hoping by the end of this meeting, we'll at least be able to nail down what you want us to do. And then if we need an additional meeting, look to schedule that meeting, of course, not tonight, but look, to have that meeting, or we can present the budget to you on the 19th and we can extend the discussions into December if needed.
Thank you so much. My only other question or request would be around the service level increases slides. Kyle, could you please provide us with the associated amounts?
I actually just made that note. Why did we provide that?
Okay, yeah, because these are just positions, specifically for the general fund, or I mean, all of them would be great. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Simpson? Mr. Kwan?
No question, thanks.
Mr. Vincent?
No questions. Thank you.
Lavelle? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
None.
And no, none to me too. Okay, sorry. The next item agenda will be the general fund forecast.
I believe.
Okay,
we're on
this is the policy. Okay,
decision.
yeah, we did that. That was the last one. Okay, so it's the policy. All right. Kyle Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we have a process called decision cards, which are basically budget asks by our various departments. And these are run by our financial policies as outlined by our decision card requirements for new programs. And council adopted that policy back in June of this year. The way this works is departments prepare these decision cards for considerations. When we met with departments, they prioritize what was most important to least important. And then the city manager, myself, and Gwen Pilo, we all look through these decision cards. One of the things I was looking for is making sure it aligns with city goals and priorities, making sure we have available fund balance. Some of these come from specialized funds where we had available balance. A lot of them came from the general fund, which we didn't have available balance. Looking at the forecasting, what do our funds look like to make sure that we could endure ongoing cost. And then any decision cards that weren't recommended by me will remain on a list available for future consideration. They don't go away. However, all the decision cards that have been submitted have been provided to council. And then I have provided recommendations on the ones that I believe we could fund that were coming out of our specialized funds. And then the ones that are not included, were not included in our fund totals because those were ones I've suggested we did not fund. We have reviewed as we've gone through the department budgets, proposed decision cards, and then it's up to the council to approve what decision cards we would want to add to our biennial budget. And we have, here are the decision cards that I've recommended. And I also have the directors here in case you have more specific questions. Public Works is asking for a senior engineer and also a traffic data software subscription to help us, to help them with controlling traffic through the city. This would come out of the street fund, would have no impact on our general fund. The second item is coming from CED. This would be out of the hotel motel fund. This is our Placer AI subscription. We did a I want to say, pilot to see how this program works. We've been utilizing this at the special events. This is pulling cell phone data. It tells us how many local people actually attend our events and then how many people are coming from out of the area. And then the next item is coming out of our municipal CIP fund. This is also from, well, one from Public Works, one from Parks. We have EV charging stations for City Hall and maintenance facility. As we're electrifying our fleet, we need more chargers to charge these vehicles that we're getting for our work. I believe we're planning to add 6 new chargers here to City Hall and at least 1 or 2 to our Public Works maintenance facility. We're still developing a policy on how it works between whether city vehicles are charging and whether or how we would allow for public use if the city's not utilizing those chargers. And then the final one is Valley Ridge Park Plaza walking path renovations. This is to improve all of our walking paths through Valley Ridge Park, that plaza area, and fix any type of repairs that are needed in there. My question to council would be to have whether you recommend that these decision cards move forward into my proposed budget.
Mr. Noguchi.
Thank you. I have a question before we go into the decision cards, sorry. Probably, the answer is probably no, but I want to ask, are we able to, so for administrative services, A&F services, for example, like your department, Gwen, are you able to charge specialty funds that could then go into the general fund, for example, for supporting Will's department,
We
Public
do.
Works? We do that.
That's the overhead charge.
The overhead charge.
Mhm.
Can we increase
Or
that?
cost allocation.
And that goes to the general fund? So-
Yeah, so the cost allocation is, we charge for the overhead, and those are based on actual costs that we have allocated based off specific guidelines that the state auditors have given us.
Oh, okay. Okay. I knew the auditors
We
were
try
gonna
to
get
get
in
as
the way
much
of
as we
this.
can out
Okay.
of Will.
All right. Okay. I have no issue with the positions that are specifically that you mentioned that are coming out of the street fund. Let me pull up the actual. Yeah, you can come back to me. You can come back to me, sorry. We're
Mr.
not,
Simpson.
that's.
At this time, no.
Mr. Kwan.
Yeah, so the street fund is well funded and it's also restricted fund. So it's not like we can use this money for something like police officers or whatever, right? So, but I do have a question regarding the EV charging stations for City Hall and maintenance facility. Obviously, for the maintenance facility, is it going to be behind the gate so that only it's basically city access only? Okay, but for the City Hall, it would potentially be publicly accessible. So the suggestion I have here is, since all of the other cities are doing the same thing, we're struggling with the gas tax, right? Because there's more EV. Some cities, lots of cities are actually talking about recovering some of those costs through municipal owned and operated EV chargers, where the city will then make the money off of the charger for the ongoing maintenance of the charger, as well as to supplement the, the gas tax, basically, right? And so is this something that we can explore with this moving forward? I just want to make sure that we do.
Yeah, we certainly can. We haven't developed the policies for these new chargers. Currently, we charge a $2 flat fee for the 2 chargers that are out in front of City Hall. And that means whether you charge for 5 minutes or you charge for 8 hours, it's $2 a flat fee. We will be looking at the policies on our chargers.
Okay, so just additional information here. I have been speaking with a lot of folks who have EVs. A lot of Uber drivers are driving EVs now, and they're charging. And so I've had a lot of discussions with various different folks. And the consensus is that we already know that in SeaTac, we have some of the most expensive gas stations around. And the reason is the airport, but also because of the rental car facility. When people return their car, they drive right up there, they fill up, they have no choice, right? It's not like they can fill up in Bellingham and then come over here, right? And so it's the same thing with EVs. Because of our proximity to the airport and the hotels and the car rental facilities, which are now also renting EV cars, our location is just a prime location for that. And so I believe that we should be charging a prime rate for that convenience. And as well as the increased amount of traffic that brings to our city as a result of the airport and the hotel and all that. So just my suggestion, thanks.
Yes, Mr. Simpson.
I just have a clarifying question on your suggestion. A premium rate on what?
On the EV charger,
Oh,
or EV
understood.
charger charge
Mhm.
for charging, just like gas, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
But would that fund go back to the Street 102?
For the,
For the
if it's
EV
on if it's on this property, it would go back to the general fund.
On this property specifically?
Yeah,
Okay.
so currently the $2 and next year it'll be $2.50 with the rate increase. For the currently the rate, the fees that we charge goes back to the general fund, on those chargers out there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rafael.
Yeah, I'm looking at the general fund decision cards. Well, frankly, that's the only thing I think needs to be looked at, because everything else, that's where we, if we move anything from here, we got to move something else out from another spot. And we will still be dipping into the excess over reserves. So I'm looking at this slide and looking at one of these things is not like the other. The teen internship and playgrounds, 1 FTE. Is that the FTE plus some programming, or is that a person who makes $211,000 a year? Or something like that?
Sorry,
15.
we hadn't quite gotten there yet, but, the summer playground
Oh.
offerings is 1
Sorry.
FTE and some programming. You are correct.
Okay,
and
sorry, I jumped
I
ahead.
just wanted to answer your question.
Oh.
It is programming as well as the FTE.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Well, I can ask more questions later.
I mean, Mr. Vincent,
No, these look good. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
No questions.
All right, okay, so I don't have problem. Who? Okay, Mr. Simpson.
I was making a note to myself here. So do we have any surcharges on rental cars and ride sharing services? Because I'm thinking about transportation fees overall. We were just talking about EV. Because of our proximity to the airport, I'm just talking about like extra, like if are there revenue sources from like rental cars, like surcharges from rental car services or ride share services that the city is collecting?
I don't believe,
There are not.
They're not.
Is
And
that is there a possibility to derive revenue from those
I
two
do not
things?
believe so. If you remember the King County ILA that we just signed or that we updated the ordinance with King County for the taxi services, there are no, we do not have the ability to charge taxi drivers or Uber drivers to drive on our surface streets. And we don't
Well,
have the
not that-
regulatory service, we don't have the ability to process the regulatory needs. That's why we contract with King County. Sorry, that's very messy.
Okay.
The
and-
the TNC, right? Transportation, is actually representing us.
And we did attempt to do that several years ago. I worked with King County and a coalition of cities from all around the state to have a statewide framework for TNCs. And it included a myriad of things. And one of the items was road usage charge for the cities that are being impacted most by these. And we had a whole framework. We were ready to go. And 2 weeks before legislative session, Uber and Lyft, who were part of these conversations, pulled out and did their own bill. And we ended up having to kill that bill because it didn't meet any of the things we spent 9 months working on. And we don't have a road usage charge at this point. I have heard, because of the transportation budget being in a big hole at the state level, that the road usage charge is something that's coming back up, and whether cities would have an ability to tap into that. That's something that the cities want to do. I don't know if that's specific to the Uber Lyft, but that is something that is being looked at a statewide level.
Okay. And it's just to be clear, I mean, I assume, in some ways, Uber and Lyft would pass this on to the drivers in some way, but I was not talking about taxing the drivers. But yeah, okay. Thanks.
Mr. Kwan.
Yeah, just wanted to weigh in on that. And so, yes, we had this discussion about the TLC services that we contract out to King County for. This has come up at least twice, maybe 3 times, while I've been on the council. And each time, the benefit was that if we did it, just like Seattle, we can set the rates and all of that stuff. But because we don't do it and we contract it out to King County, we lose that control, right? And so this is something that I would like to explore moving forward. It's not contracting this out to King County and taking this under our own umbrella, so that we can have more local control over this. So, and then regarding the road usage charge, that's something that is still pretty much in its infancy. So I don't think that's something that we would be able to rely on, at least for 25, 26. It's still like not even half baked. Thanks.
Okay, so I don't have questions, and the question was that is in the recommendation of decision card of those 3 items. And it seems to me that there's a consensus in the council that would no problem. Okay. Bye.
All right, so thank you for that consensus. I'll move on to our other decision cards. These are the general fund cards. I'll begin with the city manager's office. These were 2 decision cards that I had asked to be moved forward before I knew we were in a budget hole. Number 1 is a strategic EV infrastructure plan. This is something that would go into whether every new project, in the city would be required to wire for EV, where we could better utilize our public facilities to add EV chargers, and looking at an overall strategic plan for our EV infrastructure. The second one, this came from the council workshop or macro budget workshop in February, where council was indicating they wanted a strategic plan for the city. And so that was one thing that we explored and met with multiple vendors, but we're putting on hold until we see the revenues come in 25. Parks Department had several different positions. One, Councilmember Lavelle have already brought up the teen internship and playgrounds and summer playground offerings. They are also asking for a maintenance custodian, a facility maintenance supervisor, additional parks operation workers for the additional parkland that we will be acquiring, especially Des Moines Creek Park, and then a pros plan update, which is their strategic plan for the Parks Department. I do know the Parks Department is searching for grant funding for that pros plan to see if there's an opportunity to get outside funding for that. Public Works has put in for $100,000 for a student recognition program. And then CED was asking for an additional administrative assistant, 2 additional human services coordinators. Currently, we have 1 full-time and 1 limited term human service coordinator working under our human services manager. This is also additional funding for the SKIP program, which was brought before council, I believe, last council, regular council meeting. And then additional senior permit coordinator in addition to the current permit staff. And the final one was a contract for SharePoint developer. We've been in the process of trying to develop an internal website SharePoint for the last 4 years. And this was to move that forward. We are having, just to let you know, our web content manager is starting to do some work on that because they worked on the SharePoint site for Sound Transit. So they have some expertise. And those are all of the general fund decision cards that I did not move forward. And these are items that you can discuss. What the decision tonight that we're seeking from council is, would you want us to move forward on any of these certain decision cards? And I would need just consensus, or do we put a hold on these until we get our 25 financials in to look at whether we can start looking at funding some of these decision cards?
Okay, now so Ms. Neguzzi.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm sorry, can we go back to that slide? And I just lost it. That slide that it's an overview. You said you did not fund these?
Yeah, these are all decision cards that would come out of the general fund.
Right.
I have recommended that we do not fund these for 25, just until we
For
can
25, okay.
until we can see what our budget financials come in.
Okay.
These will remain, we will look at them again if my recommendation is if our finances come in at a higher rate, then we can look at these. You, as a council, you can pick any of these, and if you decide that you would like us to move forward to fund them, along with any of the frozen positions that I have spoken about earlier.
Thank you. The only one that sticks out to me is under parks, the pros plan. My understanding is that is mandatory, the Parks, Recreation and Open Space Plan. And so we're gonna have to do it at some point regardless. And so might as well do it now. Additional cost saving. Sorry, I'm not suggesting this, but part of the additional positions that were included, I think, what did we call that section earlier?
The service increase, you mean?
The service increases. Yeah, there was the natural
Resources division. Yeah.
Resources division. That's an addition. I'd like to understand how much is in that. Can we just use the funds from that program? Is there a need for that program? And I don't mean that in a way that's minimizing the work or anything, but it was really coming out of council requests and specifically around preserving and our efforts around North SeaTac Park, but with the amended language in the FAA reauthorization bill and all the other efforts that we have ongoing, and with our ILA agreement, interlocal agreement coming up, like, I just don't see that as a necessary general fund item. I need to learn more about it, but my very base level understanding is that maybe that's not necessary and this is a mandatory thing as required by our RCW. So I don't see the point in pausing or not funding that specific decision card. And if they're, yeah, so I'll stop there.
Mr. Simpson.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say Director Tuttle is here if you would like her to answer
Would
some of the
love, I didn't want to
questions.
put you on the spot.
I didn't. He is more well
And
versed than
please
I
feel
am
free
to
I'm
describe.
okay. I just, you know, if we're really talking about cost savings, given it's a new program, you know, so thank you. I would love to hear more.
Okay, so you're absolutely correct in that the pros plan does have to be updated. That is required. That is our system-wide plan. We are not eligible for grants unless it is updated every 6 years. It doesn't have to go until 2026. Okay. The natural resources area that's where our urban forestry sits. That's where our citywide tree canopy plan sits. That is where trail maintenance, invasive species removal, all of that sits in there, forest management plan. So if we are taking North SeaTac Park, which is, it looks like we've got a new ordinance that's kind of been issued and things are looking good there, we're going to want to take care of these resources. In order to do that, you have to have people that are ISA certified, that are arborists, that understand how to care for natural areas like that. So that's what that program is about. We could, and we have broken it up in our budget by park operations and natural resources. We do have that kind of program delineation within the budget. So if the council determines that urban forestry and the care of the natural areas is not something that we should be moving forward with, then that's something we could look at with the climate action plan and some of the conservation measures that are rolling through the state and King County. And when we're looking at our health inequities and just impacts from pollution and the desire to increase tree canopy across the city, that would be something that council would want to weigh. So yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Director Tuttle. And I just want to clarify, I do believe it is important and critical work, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's not. I just believe that there are other revenue streams, grants and partnerships and agreements that we could leverage to cover those costs. Whether it be through the King County Conservation District or you know, our local agreement with the port, or just all those other grants that you named, and programs and initiatives coming through the state. So that's what I'm saying. But I believe that program is critical and the work within that. It's just that I don't think maybe it's not a necessary general fund item at this point. And would prefer to pause and look for additional revenue streams. But that's just me at this point. And my mind could be changed. And do we currently have those positions funded? Where is our status in terms of costs
The,
associated with the program as it stands today?
the urban forester has already been hired. So currently that position, we do not have staff internally presently that have ISA certifications outside of a part-time position that would be reporting up to a natural resources supervisor. If you will recall, that program also, that supervisor is taking on some of the 13 direct reports that we had one supervisor handling. So we have split up those two, the FTEs. We've split these FTEs up. The recommendation for oversight is somewhere between 7 to 8 maximum FTEs. And when that decision card went forward, it was to create a natural resources supervisor position that would also work across the band. So those two supervisors work in conjunction with each other, and the park sites have been split. The FTEs have also been split between the two supervisors. We do believe that the natural resources supervisor with the certifications that are there and also grant funding that is available through RCO and other, we could potentially offset some of those costs to do some of this work as well. There is money out there. The grant season hasn't opened up for 25, 26 yet.
Yeah, no, thank you. I don't have any further questions on this item.
Okay, Mr. Simpson.
Well, I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think offsetting some of those costs is going to be pretty, it's going to become pretty attractive here soon. I think, the North SeaTac Park thing is big, but part of that protecting trees thing was initially a pressure tactic to, continue pushing the port to, offer us ownership or protection permanently of that park. And I think as we move into, negotiating a new ILA with the port and grant season opening up, I think some of those things, because of the pollution that comes from the port, should be offset by the port a little bit. So that's the only suggestion there.
Go on.
Thank you. So getting back to the decision cards, my main concern are the ongoing expenses because they need to be offset by recurring revenue stream, which we currently don't have in that amount of an increase. I'm also looking at the, and I'm okay with the proposed plan. I think that, it's required. We're gonna have to do it anyway, right, at some point. So what I'm trying to think about is, okay, potential revenue sources, right? Which is, I think, what we should all be focusing on. And the strategic EV infrastructure plan, if that is related to the potential public EV chargers, right? It could potentially be a future revenue generator, right? Now, I know that the federal government has grant funding specifically for something like this, and $40,000 is not that much. I think they gave away like 1.7 million or something. That grant funding application closed like just barely a month ago on September 11th. It was the deadline for that grant. And earlier we mentioned that we have a grant administrator. Did we apply for a grant like that? I mean, can we fund that, not from the general fund, but through grant funding and or through Public Works?
I don't know if we can fund the infrastructure plan with grant funding. I know that the EV charging stations that we were looking, or that we have asked to put in, we could have funded through them, but we couldn't get the grant application together in time to apply for it. So we did not apply, unfortunately.
I see. Okay. So I am also in favor of that particular item just because it's a one-time expense, potential grant opportunities, and potential future revenue generation. So thanks.
Mr. Fair.
Yeah, actually, the EV infrastructure plan was one I wanted to see stay in there. Which I think might mean finding 40,000 to shave off something else that we've already seen today. The pros plan update makes a lot of sense. Thanks for proposing that, Councilmember Neguse. The one, I don't want to get too flippant, but Evan, can tourists pay for that or no? The tourism dollar, I mean, we're talking about part of the pros plan, right, is how do we make, people do come to see our parks from all over. I don't know if it hits that 50-mile radius or something, but is this an allowable, is part of this allowable under a restricted revenue stream so that we can move some of it out? You don't have to answer right now. I just like raising your blood pressure a little bit sometimes. The only other thing that I'm grappling with on this list is the 2 human services coordinators. Not so much that I want them coming out of general fund, but I think there will be a continued asylee situation in CTAC. And I think we ought to, in short order, be getting the state to pay for a human services coordinator for whom that is a part, if not their full scope and focus.
I can address that, Councilmember Lavelle. We also are currently have a limited term position that is being paid by the state money. We have put in a letter to the state. This is King County. Well, it hasn't left yet, but Seattle, King County, ourselves, Tukwila, and a myriad of King County cities are asking the state to give $63 million toward the asylee. And based on at least previous, the way that the program worked before, we could pay for the cost of our staff through that state funding. And that's what we're doing right now. So that could be an option. The state just hasn't indicated that they're gonna dedicate that amount of money to the program yet.
Yeah, and I doubt that our staff allocate their time to things or code their time or do a time study for how much time they've spent on it. But I'd like to see, I mean, we've put hundreds of hours as a city. We've stepped up and done hundreds of hours of work on this, and I'd like the state to pay us for that. Because were it not for us, the residents of SeaTac paying for this, the residents of the entire state would be paying for this in pretty dire ways, right? We're talking about ER visits, we're talking about all sorts of things that we've done. So I'd like to see revenue coming back that covers some of, get our ending fund balance a little higher this year from that. But I don't think it makes sense to put these through on the decision card. I'm just saying, as I see them on there, I know that workload has increased and will increase. And so I'd like to see us hiring at least one of those, but not their general fund. Thank you.
Mr. Finzen.
Thank you, Mayor Egal. So at our last budget workshop, I believe the mayor tasked you all with identifying at least a $2 million reduction, which I understand is a significant adjustment, right? But we're looking at these decision cards in the amount of $3.5 million in additional ask. So I'm just a little concerned about the increase and how this fits within the framework of the reductions that were previously tasked to this body here. For the city manager, I do agree not pushing these forward with the exception of the strategic EV infrastructure plan. Everything else, I would suggest that we just keep it on hold for now. Thank you.
And Councilmember Vincent, yeah, the next slide will be talking about additional options for reduction of expenditures. And so we will be discussing that. And I think that answers at least a portion of your question.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson.
I do have a question. This strategic EV infrastructure plan, part of that seems like a potential generator as well, not only with revenue generator, not only with what Councilmember Kwan was talking about, but if we're offering incentives for people to have this infrastructure on their property or during developing some kind of green building standard that would include these as part of this infrastructure plan, and then kind of hitting the developers who don't do it with additional fees. That seems like a long-term strategy to develop additional revenue. So we're solving one piece down the line. Obviously it takes a while to get the revenue generated, but it seems like right now, if we're making cuts, if we kept that in place, it would make sense from that standpoint. Does that seem like something that would be included in the infrastructure plan, would be a process for generating revenue?
It would be part of it. Part of it is there's multi-phase. One, let's look at our older buildings. Is there free programs that people that own either houses or older buildings could get free chargers somehow put on their property for people who live in that building? Second one would be, could we create a new code so that all new development would have to have a portion of EV charging in that? Another portion of this is during our right-of-way projects, when we're doing complete streets projects, should we be integrating electrical chargers into those complete streets projects? Also looking at all of our public facilities, whether we could be adding chargers to our public facilities to serve our public. And then, also possibly looking at the future of, I spoke with a gentleman who wrote the Washington State EV strategic plan, who actually lives in Europe now, and having what they call, I'm going to call it a charge barn, but having a parking lot or parking structure that's just dedicated to charging vehicles. And that could be something down the road that the city could partner with people or partner with agencies to create and also be a revenue generator for the city as well.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Kwan.
I'll be quick, don't worry. So earlier I mentioned that, the federal government has various different grant programs, not just one. And I know this because I helped work to craft some of these through NLC Transportation Committee. So I also know that there's more coming. So I know that we missed the deadline last month, but there's more coming because I know that there's more funding that has been allocated. Earlier, I also said that I misspoke. I said that there was like 1.3 or 1.7 million already allocated for the one that the deadline just closed last month. I was wrong. It was actually $1.3 billion allocated. So there's plenty of money available and grant funding available, and there will be more coming in the future. So I think at the end of the day, we probably won't have to pay for that whole thing. So yeah, thanks.
And we are aware that there's another round coming, so we hope to be prepared for that.
Beautiful. Good. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
For me, looking at this, I am looking at the teen internship and playgrounds. I'm not sure how they're connected to each other, first of all, because I feel like they should be two separate things. But besides that, I am wondering if there is also grant funding, because I know for the teen internship one, I used to work in that program. It was through the Workforce Investment Act. And so that was like what funded it. I don't know if it was 100%, but it funded like all of the programming. It funded some of the staff. So I'm just curious about that, because I know when I first brought this to the table, that was one of the first things I put out there. It was like, here's where we should be looking for funding for this.
I believe I'll be asking for Director Tuttle to approach again. She is the subject matter expert on this.
Yeah, and in Director Tuttle's defense, she was not here when I first put in that request, so.
Okay, so thank you for that question. The playground and the internship piece are connected because when we presented in front of Parks and Rec, we coupled it together. The internship coordinator would be working from September through, the first part of June, and then thinking about what kind of being able to address the gap with the summer meals program, which we had heard through King County, and also United Way came to us and said the city of SeaTac is not offering enough of this for both the summer learning, which takes place to prevent summer slide, and then also just the meals in general. That's why that was coupled together. And when we took it to Parks and Rec, the recommendation was, yes, move forward with this program. And that included the internships. To my knowledge, at my previous work, the ESSER dollars were what paid for, what accommodated the stipends for the youth that were coming through that program. With that funding with ARPA and ESSER kind of running out, I am not aware of other funding sources that are currently available to be able to run an opportunity like that, because in other cities, they were leveraging those dollars and working with school districts to make that happen.
Okay, so we could probably talk about that offline
Yeah.
about some folks we can reach out to who might
Yeah.
know of other funding sources.
And we would love to know what those are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, okay, so I don't have any questions. I just see that, I wanna actually highlight what Mr. Vincent said, that I was seeking cuts, and we are adding another 3.5 million, right?
No, this would be, these are the decision cards I put a hold on that
Oh,
we're
okay.
not gonna add.
Okay.
At our last council workshops, I believe Councilmember Lavelle was asking to see all the decision cards
Okay.
that we didn't fund.
Okay,
And so this is just an opportunity for council to look at all the decision
Okay.
cards and make a choice if they do want to include it back in our budget. And so what I would need is consensus from the council to let me know if there's any decision cards that I recommended not funding to be put back into our proposed budget.
okay, so,
And Mary,
Yes.
I wasn't done, actually. I had another question.
oh,
I didn't get a
okay.
chance to finish, yeah.
Okay,
so-
all right.
I had a question about the student recognition program. What is that and why is it $100,000?
So the student recognition program, I believe, was a CIR that you put
Yeah.
in to partner with Highline
You know,
School
it was the
District.
banners, yeah.
Yeah, for the banners.
Okay,
Yeah.
he just told me.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, seems to me everything, no one has questions. Go ahead. Yeah.
My question would be, are there any items from this decision card list as a consensus of council you would like to move into the proposed budget for, that I would release on November 1st?
Seems to me that there is a consensus, right?
Well, I think I've changed my mind on the EV, and I think we should pursue grant funding for it and not do it with general fund right now. That's kind of where I'm, after the discussion.
Okay.
Like, I think Councilmember Kwan convinced me that there, some of that 1 point whatever billion. But then I do think pros plan feels like something that I thought there was consensus about moving forward.
Okay, all right, agree,
That sounds right to me.
okay.
That's good for me. And then also like going back to the earlier question I had around like what have we not entered into agreement, right? Like the housing. So if we could figure out where the underspend is and maybe we don't from the current biennium so that we could maybe reallocate some of those dollars for these specific projects or proposals. Thanks.
And one of the further questions to make sure, if there's any frozen positions that, well, actually, I'm going to be talking about a few other positions. Maybe we'll discuss that after my next slide. And all right. So this is an opportunity for the council if you would have asked for additional expenditure reductions. And so here are some options for those additional reductions. One is freezing the administrative assistant in park and recreation. This is, I talked about this position earlier, it was added in 22 or 23, 24. This is the coordinator of all of the park rentals. This would have a service level impact by distributing among various employees. So right now there's no backup for the field reservation system. The second position to freeze would be administrative assistant in finance. This would cause some workload imbalances, delay in some processing, and currently neither finance nor information systems has an admin to assist them with their administrative work. So this admin was split between the two departments, and so it's currently vacant, but it would have an impact on both departments. The third position is a paralegal 2 in legal. This would have to be absorbed by a current legal analyst and could delay civil cases or insurance claims. And then additional reductions are reducing our fire capital contribution in 2026. We are freezing it for 2025. This would freeze it for 2026 and save us $650,000. I will say that after that, we're really going to have to take a look at this because we're going to have to pay for some large capital in the fire department moving forward. And so I believe we could not contribute in 26 and be okay. However, we would probably need to look in 27, 28 to resume those contributions. And there would be a delay in minor projects, floor and parking lot resurfacing. The next large capital project is 2032. The next option is a very unpopular one among staff, I will say that much, is a COLA freeze for non-union employees. This would be, I believe, is this a 1 year or 2 years?
This is the 1 year as option.
1 year option. This would be freezing the COLAs for non-union staff. It would save us about $569,000. And this would be cost savings for both 25, 26. We would resume COLAs in 26. However, because employees would have a lower salary due to no COLA, that it wouldn't, their salaries wouldn't raise as much. Part of this has gotten, when this was proposed internally, this has gotten a lot of negative feedback because lower in morale, driving a wedge between union and non-union employees, and then less competitive for us to attract talent to the city. So I'm going to take a pause, and if there will allow discussion, and if there's any recommendations that you would like for us to move forward that I just presented.
Okay, I will start the council member Vincent for the reduction.
Thank you, Mayor Egal. Kyle, how many positions are non-represented in the city of SeaTac?
That is a great question. I do not have that at the tip of my fingers, but we can find that out for you.
Okay, I would also like to know the average salary of those positions as well before I could support something like this.
Yeah, you're asking specifically for the average salary of the non-represented position.
Of the non-represented. If you can get me the represented as well, why not? I may ask that later. So yeah, just provide both, please.
Yeah, we can research that and we will get that to you.
Okay. Mayor Egal, I have no further questions at this time.
Thanks. Ms. Councilmember Lavelle.
Yeah, so looking at the temporary hiring freeze, it's a little hard for me to evaluate these just because as I look at the service level impacts, these seem like acceptable impacts, but this is a very boiled down version of that. So I would maybe be the first to say, yeah, let's move forward with the freezes here and try to clear up some revenue. But if this, I guess I just don't know if I don't know if this is quite enough information for me to vote on it. Maybe it's enough to put it to see how it pans out, but could we maybe get a little bit more on this at the next, or maybe an email between now and then, or post it publicly? I don't know.
I guess I would ask what would you need to make a decision?
Well, like let's use admin 2 and finance IS, workload split among staff, delays in some processes. How long are the delays? What are the impacts of those delays? Will residents in SeaTac have a measurably, or will they experience a major difference here?
So I can speak to that because it is my department.
Yeah.
I don't know that residents would experience an impact from this. It's mostly internal. It would create, like currently I process the ANF meetings. My admin did that in the past. So it would create, more work for me. Granted, it's not a lot, but and then as far as the delay in processing, scanning documents to OnBase, we had moved to us getting all of our documents virtual so that we are not passing paper around.
Mhm.
And that process would probably go by the wayside and we'd go back to paper documents, which would mean people would have to come up to the 3rd floor, grab the paper documents and look at them, and because they wouldn't be available online. So those are the impacts. It is not an impact to the residents, but it just creates more work for others. But I am willing to, forego that if I have to. So I understand.
Yeah, no, none of these are gonna alone wipe out, you know, that the big gap we're looking at. But I think we are in that phase where we're going piecemeal and we're chewing things up $100,000 at a time to try to see if it feels right. I'm okay with these freezes because they seem to not have kind of horrible impacts initially. The COLA freeze is a non-starter for me. Just put that out there. I think any flat funding from a funder and flat pay from an employer is a pay cut spread out over time when there is such a thing as inflation, as there still is. So I don't want to see anything like that. I would not. I'd vote no on the whole budget if that COLA freeze was in there personally, knowing that we may still have 6-1 on that, but it's a non-starter for me. I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguzi.
I don't have any comments at this time.
Hard choices, okay. Councilmember Simpson.
I'm shocked that you think that it would be 6-1 if if there was a call.
I didn't say I thought that. I'm saying even if it were,
Even if it were,
I would hope the city would still pass a budget without my powerful vote.
There's no, the COLA thing is a non-starter for me too. I think, I do think, I'm probably in alignment with Councilmember Level on most of this stuff. Can you go to the next slide on the? Okay, can you explain to me the fire capital contribution?
So we contribute $650,000 to a capital fund in the fire department to fund engines and capital maintenance that's required. And so they provided me some detail about what not contributing would entail. And if we did not contribute that $650,000, our next large engine purchase is scheduled for 2032. And they said that, we could probably put that out a year or two if needed. So if we needed to forego this additional $650,000 payment, they could either put that engine purchase out 2 years, or we could make it up in, when we have a windfall and we can make up the capital contribution. It will also forego some minor maintenance, minor capital projects, which resurfacing the parking lot and resurfacing the floors inside the station. So they said that it was tolerable to them if we needed to. So we just brought it forward as an option for you. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's just a phasing.
It would be a phasing and possibly a delay of purchasing.
Mhm. I mean, that seems fine to me too. I think between the three freezes and the fire capital contribution, we're over $1 million, right? Just over $1 million. Okay, that's a good start. So I guess those are the four that I could deal with on that list of 5. Yeah.
Mr. Kwan.
Tough decisions here. So regarding the temporary hiring freeze on the additional position, so going back to my earlier question, were any of these positions previously not vacant? So prior to 2022 or whatever?
Yeah, so I believe that my administrative assistant left us this year. The one in the Parks Department was promoted this year to another position within the Parks Department, and the paralegal 2 in legal has been vacant for just shy of a year, maybe. Half a year, 6 months.
So regarding, when it comes to total head count, we lost what then? 2? 1 or 2? One person was promoted, you said, which
One
means-
person was promoted, so
And the other
we have, two vacancies that have not been refilled. Or so we've lost 2 physical bodies.
Right.
Yeah, 2
Right,
physical
total
bodies.
head count we lost was 2. Okay, I see. Okay, again, I'm not in favor of reducing service expectation, right? But it's a hard call. I can understand that if we put this on hold for 25 and then open it up maybe later in 25, 26, when we have a better idea. And the only reason I say this is because they're not direct the direct public facing, so to speak, right? And so
The Parks admin too is the scheduler, that.
the scheduler, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's the only one that's direct public facing.
Okay. And then getting to the COLA thing, I understand this. I mean, I worked for Boeing in the past when we at one point had no raises for, the whole year because of just the way things were. And I get it, it's hard. But for me, and I think for most people, more important than getting a raise is job security, having a job at all, right? And so if it comes down to that, I would rather have a job, and that's why I stayed at Boeing without getting a raise, for a year, because I had job security, right? And so that's the other part of it. I want to make sure that in CTAC, we have job security for people. Once we hire somebody, it's not like, we're going to hire them for like a couple of months and then that's it or whatever, right? I want to make sure that we have security. But I do have a question about that. Is it possible, you mentioned that the COLA freeze would be for non-represented positions. Is it possible, number one, I would like to know the count as well. How many, right, are we talking about? But is it possible, when you mentioned that not all were management level, is it possible to do the COLA freeze for non-represented only for management level? Perhaps that
we
will
would
keep them
have to-
all higher?
We would have to consult with HR, but we can provide you that information if you would like to see that.
Okay, I just need some more info for that. Thanks. Repeat what?
What? Your request.
So
You
the
said you-
question was whether or not we could do a COLA freeze for non-represented position only management level and above. So if anyone is not managing anybody,
Mhm.
okay, they would not have the COLA freeze in order to try to preserve some morale.
Right.
Right?
Right.
That's all. Or
Thank you.
morals,
Thank you,
sorry.
thank you, yeah.
And so this is, I'll find out. Plus, I wanted to know the total head count also. How many people are we talking about here?
Right, right. If you know.
Mr. Lucy?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I said no, but I do have a question now. But all the non-represented positions would still get a step increase, right?
Yeah, if they were eligible for step increase, they would still get their step increase, yes.
Are there cases in which folks are not eligible? Is that when they reach the end,
When they reach the top,
the
yep,
top tier? Okay.
yep, there's several of us.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful information. And then there was another question, but, it sounds like the administrative assistant in parks is a frontward facing
It is.
full-time. I'm wondering if the two admin positions could be shared to support with some of the tasks that you need.
I don't know that Parks would be able or willing, no, I'm kidding, to share that. I don't know that, I think the workload is enough different
okay.
that it wouldn't be reasonable to share. And it's also in a different location. They're over at the rec center, I believe.
Okay, I'm wondering if there are other creative ways to utilize admin assistant two
And-
position within.
And we have been looking at that option because knowing that we do have an admin at the front desk that
Right,
Will has.
Right.
To, try to see if she has the availability to help us out. So in my department, we have been talking with Will to share
that's
the
great.
workload.
At least to alleviate some of the committee related
Yes.
support work. Okay. I'm open to anything. The COLA freeze, is that delaying the COLA or is that saying for this biennium or fiscal, the year 2025, we would not?
My understanding is how it works is for non-represented people, it would be no COLA for 2025. It wouldn't be a delay. For a represented person, it would be a delay. They would get that eventually. For a
Right.
non-represented person, we can
Do a freeze.
forego it
Okay.
and freeze it. However, when you start looking at the class and compensation, if our compensation starts to fall below those of our comparable
Right.
cities, we're gonna bump up and but it will be a loss in income, as somebody was saying,
Right.
for
Inflation and-
however long that takes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Mr. Simpson?
Yeah, I guess I should provide clarity that my opposition to the proposal about the COLA stuff is more than just moral. I think I'm concerned, operating a business in the city, I feel like I offer a very competitive wage for starting people with zero experience, and it's been nearly impossible to find staff. So it really scares me to think of the prospect of becoming non-competitive with other cities in terms of COLA increases, because I don't want to lose staff and thereby lose our ability to provide services that we currently offer. So I just wanted to provide clarity.
Deputy Mayor.
So kind of on the same vein, I think I'm definitely also not for the COLA freeze, because having been in that position before, it really messes up with your finances. It messes up what you can continue to do in your life. And I think a lot of, and I know we had a public comment earlier about how the costs have gone up, but some of that has been outside of our control, especially with benefits. But the other piece too is that is to keep up with the cost of living. That is to keep up with our neighboring cities and the county, et cetera. So it's not like it's gone up just because. I mean, it's really making sense at this point. And I know that we've had a lot of changes over the last couple of years, but I've also seen a lot of consistent employees here and people who say that they choose to work here, they want to work here. And every time I hear that, it feels good. Like, it's like, wow, okay, something's being done right. And I would imagine wages is a part of it. Probably not like the only driver, obviously, but definitely a part of it. And people deserve to get paid for their hard work. And when we are putting freezes on humans' lives like that, I think then we just have to try harder to find where we could possibly make these reductions or freezes, et cetera. For the position freezes, that's also a little tricky because I think, Gwen, as you mentioned, like, you've kind of been doing the work, and I'm sure it's not like, a heavy lift for you. And I wonder if we had some of these positions in place, how much more we could be getting done, right? And so I think that's another piece when we get those emails from our residents, like, this isn't happening, or I haven't seen this, being taken care of. I wonder how much it's playing into that, because we aren't able to process these things in a timely manner. And so by the time we get to it, it's already like, it was at a 5 and now it's at a 10, right? So that's just where I'm at right now with that.
All right. Okay. So I'm not supporting the COLA. I'm not. Very simple, very direct. This shows me as something that worries me, that you are not having the tough conversation. You are not having the tough conversation, which is that, hey, we are over budget for $9 million. The council wants us to give them at least $2 million. Bring me something that can meet that. And I like you to have that conversation. We mean it. When I said it, that I needed 2 million at least saving, I mean, how much is our budget of 2025? 100. I know there is duplication. I know there is, other places to save it. I know we need to shrink. We need to cut. We need to be leaner and meet the service needs of our, and we can do it. It's 160 million, something like that. So on top of my head. Anyway, I will not support the COLA. I go back to the senior leadership. We want cuts, and we don't want to cut the not represented COLA and people who, the freezing of the COLA. Yeah, Ms. Ngozi.
Right, sorry. So, funny enough, actually, unpopular opinion, I had a sidebar conversation with Jake, and I actually had the idea at our first meeting. I was like, why not a COLA freeze? So it's funny that it's coming before us today. I don't like that idea, but if we are making tough decisions, that is a tough decision to be made. It's better than cutting positions, which is essentially what would have to happen if we are trying to see or get to where we want to be in terms of a balanced budget. It's going to be cutting services that we consider to be optimal, right? Not the required, but the optimal services. And so I don't want to do that, but I'm open to doing that if it means we're not cutting positions, because I'd rather the COLA is money people have not seen yet. Okay. It's money that hasn't reached my bank account. So if this came to me at the county, I would be okay with it because I already working within the budget that I have. And so, I don't like the idea, but that is one of the tough decisions that I'm happy to make if it means we're not cutting other positions. I'm willing to also combine positions and be creative, right? If you feel you need an admin assistant and somebody else has one, like let's look at creating a shared admin position, right? For all of the committees or whatever it is, so that we can reduce costs, right? Without impacting people directly. The majority of the people will still get step increases if they haven't reached that. So they're still gonna see an increase in their check per se. I don't like the idea, but I'm okay with that. The majority of the costs increase are from the public safety costs. Like those are like, at this point, there's nothing that we can do. Even if we tried to amend our fire contract, it would not take into effect for at least 2 years, right? The police contract, we can try to get creative with it, but we know that it's really difficult working with the county. And so the third highest increase in our budget is salary. It's the benefits and it's the increase in those costs. And so one of the questions that I have regarding the COLA is, and we touched on this last time, was, so we had increased like like a total of 9.5%. And so comparative to all the cities in the South King County region, I'm curious, have we had the highest increase in COLA given that we did the double in 1 year? I'm curious as to where we stand there.
One of the reasons we pursued that additional COLA is because the cities around us also gave the higher COLAs.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I might say it that actually I want to follow up with what Councilman Nuguzi said. And I'm open it. It's hard conversation. I don't like it. I don't like the COLA. I don't like cutting it. But there's duplication somewhere in the city, in the departments. And I like that tough conversation to have the executive and say, hey, this is where we are. What shall we do? I'm sure directors can come up some savings. And then when we have that saving, let's say we get like 1 million saving. We can say, what about the COLA? I'm open conversation, but I want to know,
Yeah,
have we exhausted any other?
I hear you.
Options.
I do.
And I like to do that. Mr.
Right, I
Speaker.
understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great conversation. I think, for me, we were just having a sidebar about this, but I get so worried, like,
And I don't like that sidebar. Yes,
Sorry.
yes, sorry.
I get worried about, well, I felt like I should share it into the record since we were on a sidebar here. But I think, the reason it scares me more to freeze COLA is that if there's a choice between cutting FTEs and freezing COLA, I think most of the time I would cut FTEs before freezing COLA because when you freeze COLA, all of a sudden you might have 10 or 15 FTEs that are looking around for another job that doesn't feel as unstable. When they see a raise increases coming and then getting it rolled back, all of a sudden they're looking at Burien or somewhere else that's like, oh, well, they didn't roll back their COLA, so I'm going to go over there. When you're cutting one FTE, you're just cutting one FTE out of the budget. And you probably don't have that same ripple effect of like 10, 15 people looking at their contract and being like, wait a minute, we're not getting that raise that's in our CBA, or like, putting it at risk for like a costly labor dispute in the future, or having like extended bargaining that costs a lot of money. I think that's like the philosophical difference here is that's kind of where I'm looking at this from. And I also think that the fire not being able to be implemented for 2 years, my impression about the budget that's in front of us is that we're not beginning to dip into excess reserves under the current proposed budget until 2026. Is that incorrect?
I'm sorry, so we'll be using $3.8 million of excess reserves in 2025.
Oh, in
And-
2025,
yeah.
right, okay, got
Yeah.
it, okay. But then if we figure out this fire thing, then 2 years from now, we're all of a sudden saving 12 million. And then if we adjust for inflation and if fire continues to go up, potentially more than 12 million. So it seems like we'd be able to replenish some excess reserves with those kind of savings.
In theory, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I had.
Have the departments thought about buying less lattes? Cause I hear those are expensive.
We do not buy lattes.
I heard
with
those
our
are really
city money.
expensive.
Okay, Councilman Lovell.
Councilmember Vincent also maybe be up there. Do you want-
Okay,
do you want
so
to
let
take
me
his
go,
first?
Vincent.
Yeah.
Councilman Vincent.
Thank you, Mayor Eagle. Thank you, Councilmember Lovell. I believe I heard a previous speaker mention that there's some hesitation or reservations about these COLA freezes because of impacts with collective bargaining agreements, right? So I think I read it that this is for unrepresented employees. Is that correct? And if that's correct, do they have a collective bargaining agreement?
No, so these would be non-union employees. These would be non-represented employees only. The union employees would not be affected by the COLA freeze.
Okay, and we don't have a count of that just yet of how many FTEs we're talking or which positions, correct? Right?
Alexis is actually working on that as we speak. So we don't yet have a number of how many people that would impact.
Okay, but we do understand or at least know that it represents nearly $500,000 in savings.
Yes, we've calculated it at $569,000, but we didn't count the employees that it would impact. We just did the math on the people. Yeah.
Okay. And I know this has been said before, but we're here to plug a $9.5 million gap. So it's going to be hard decisions that we need to make, but we have to make these decisions. I'm hopeful we will get that count before the end of this meeting, and I'll defer it back to the mayor.
Okay, and Councilman Lovell.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the point's well taken, Councilmember Neguse, around like whether or not we're cutting someone's job. I think the only reason why this is a win for me is that these are not filled right now, right? Yeah, so we're not cutting anyone's current job. And that's why I was pointed in asking, is this tolerable for your workload, right? And what's the impact to residents? Is that it is tolerable, and the impact to residents will be felt but manageable. So I'm still landing where I landed, and I forgot to mention that also I'm okay with delaying or the fire cost also. And I think there is, there's more slides coming, and I think I'm gonna go back to what I said earlier. Whether it comes through annexation or a tax on residents or a levy or any other thing, we cannot continue to absorb RFA increases like this. And we didn't even take the full brunt of it. You negotiated well to get it down. We are going to have to look at additional revenue or taxing people differently. That's just these public safety increases are not going to be something that we can keep tolerating as a city. Our budget can't tolerate it. I mean, like, we tolerate it because we need it, but like our budget cannot handle these kinds of increases. So if we don't get a handle on that, either through additional revenue or by something that works well for residents while moving it out of our general fund, like an annexation, then we're going to be cutting a lot harder things than empty positions and COLAs, right? So that's just where I want to land is I know we've got some revenue conversations coming up still.
All right, so this meeting is supposed to end 6:20, and we almost send in 6:35, and still we have way to go, a lot ways to go. So make it quick.
I got a really quick one. So I think we're all dancing around the cost of fire and police. From what I recall, because we are contracting with both of them, those contracts themselves are negotiable. We can negotiate those contracts. I don't know when they're gonna come up next, right? But I mean, so we need to really focus on that instead of, just saying, oh, well, we're just gonna pay what they charge us, right? That we don't have to pay what they charge us. So, okay. Just want to make sure we all understand that. Thanks.
Well said, Mr. Kwan. Absolutely. We can negotiate, and that's what, Mrs. Nusi, no question. Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
that's what I'm trying to get at through all my
Okay, Mr.
questions
Simpson,
and the email.
Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, when was, didn't we just renegotiate the King County Sheriff's Agreement last year? Beginning of last year?
I don't know when we did the police ILA.
January 24 was when we signed the up. I don't think we negotiated.
I think we just,
We just signed the agreement. We didn't negotiate. We were having conversations around whether we should have in-house police services versus the contracted model back late 2023.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things happening. So anyway, go ahead. There's another question.
Oh, so what I'm seeking is consensus on the items that I presented to you, and then if there's additional things that you would like us to do. So when it comes to the temporary hiring freeze of the 3 positions,
There's
consensus.
Yes,
Is there a
yes,
consensus?
there's
Okay.
consensus. The COLA, no,
The COLA, no.
yes,
Okay, and then the reducing the fire capital contribution?
yes.
Okay,
Seems to, right?
yeah, so we have, okay, consensus on those items, and if you want additional, that would be, I would look for consensus of council on that as well.
Okay, so the other thing is that to go back to your executive, talk to before and bring us some more cuts somewhere, find some duplication somewhere.
Mhm.
That was the,
Yeah,
Yeah.
question. So if we were to approve all of these, the holds and the cuts here that are being proposed, the additional expenditure reductions, would that be 1.6 million short of the 9.5?
It,
Sorry,
so,
if that, I'm
I-
not sure if my words are making
no,
sense.
no, no,
if
no,
it-
I understand what you're saying. So the numbers I provided on the temporary hiring freeze was just for 25. If we froze those positions for 25 and 26, I don't have the exact number. You're gonna make me do math on the fly, but it would be,
And I'm just saying, just for
Probably,
what's presented here, right? This would be a $1.6 million savings over the biennium.
correct.
So that would bring down our need to use
9.5
million down to 7 something.
7.4.
Okay, something like that. Okay. So that's what I was seeking from this. Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
beautiful, thank you. Okay,
do we got, just want to make sure. We got what we needed. Now, if you, with Mayor, can we move, would you like us to move on to the next section, which is revenue options?
I just have a point of
yeah,
clarification.
yeah.
Can you repeat what you got, what you needed? What did you get?
Yes.
I want to know what you got.
So I heard that we are going to institute the temporary hiring freeze on the 3 additional positions. We are going to reduce the fire capital contribution, and we are not going to freeze COLAs for non-represented people until we bring you back more information.
that is correct. Okay, all right, so let's move to next item.
All right, and then the last well, it's not quite the last item, but revenue options. This is what we're seeking is council direction to have staff explore these options. These would not impact the 25 and 26 preliminary budget. These are more long-term because they take time to the research and institute. But I'm going to explain at a very high level what some of these items that we brainstormed are. The first one being business and occupation tax. We do not have that in the city. Most of our surrounding cities have this. The way that we could do this is structured to meet our city needs. This has B&O taxes have 3 parts. They basically, you have to decide what's the taxable event, whether it's sale, manufacturing, physical space, a head tax, a number of employees. And then you have to say how you measure this tax, whether it's number of employees, square footage, gross receipts. And then the third part of this is the rate of the tax and how you want to do that rate. These would be unrestricted and may be used for any lawful government purpose. However, once it's councilmatic. However, you have to allow for a referendum as per state law, meaning once we decide on this, you have to give a period of time, I believe it's a year, to allow a referendum to come up to put that on the ballot. So that's just one option for us. I mean, I can go one by one, or do you want me to just present them all? And
Okay,
yeah, I'll keep going.
City Manager, Moore, I was hoping you could go one by one.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so any questions with B and O tax? This would take 2 years to implement. I mean, it would be, no. I was just wondering if you wanted me to go through the whole menu of them and then have a discussion, or if you want to go item by item and have a discussion about each item.
Okay, so item by item, right?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, so let's do item by item.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. One question, I guess, can you help me understand how B and O tax works? And two, I don't know if I need, is Mary coming back or did she leave for the night? It's an honest question. I'm not sure if I would be able to weigh in. I might be conflicted on this. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't, okay.
As a small business owner, you would be affected by tax. So the difference between this tax and some of the other taxes, this would affect business owners as opposed to our residents.
Right.
Some of these other taxes would have a more dramatic effect on our residents rather than the businesses. Now, the B&O tax can be structured in many different ways. I've seen it structured in other cities based on square footage, based on gross revenue, based on amount of employees at your business. There's different ways to structure it. So we just don't know. We would have to do research and have options for council.
And I'm going to add that that's a great question. I didn't even think about that. So I will follow up with Mary to see if you would be conflicted in voting, or if any business owner would be sitting on the council would be conflicted in voting for this.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had.
Okay, so, all right, any question?
I don't think, for me personally, this is not going to be a productive conversation unless I see who's being impacted. Like, I need a chart. I would love to see a chart as to, you know, what is the revenue source that we're proposing, who's going to be impacted, you know, drawbacks, positive, negative. I don't want anything that's going to impact our residents and or businesses, especially our small business owners. And so I'm just not interested in that. You can charge a tourist. And so if there's, you know, I don't want to create burdens for those specific populations. So for me, this is not going to be productive unless I see, that's all.
No, and Councilmember Negussie, all of these items would require staff research to understand more about each item. This would not be, we want to do this. It would be more, I'm seeking council direction of, do you want us to spend staff time to research this and come up with options? Because each one would require staff time to research and come up with options. And that would be something we present to council. Obviously, we would not be able to have these ready to go by the adoption of our budget this year. We're looking at 27, 28.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is that it seems like after tonight, we're probably going to have another meeting. And what I would like to see at the next meeting is just a little chart that outlines revenue source, who's impacted, you know, what this could look like. And if it's worth exploring, because I don't have enough information. I mean, I could look at cannabis stores. I could say, yeah, that sounds good. Right. But then, you know, there's things that might come with that, right? Like, is that the type of businesses so I don't know, but so I don't think this is helpful for me, at least at this point, to say whether or not I would like staff to look into it, because I need more information just from a basic standpoint. That
okay, Mr. LaBelle.
Yeah, I'm kind of seconding that. I know this isn't a voting thing. It seems like we're going to start having concrete conversations about each of these and what the benefits are, with completely abstract information here. This is the highest level. This is like the 90,000 foot, just the name of the item. Also, I think like it's not really fair to the public that we're just throwing these things up here with no numbers behind it. What's the impact of the business? What's the impact of the public? Will this make a difference? You know, at what level will this cover the gaps we're seeing, or what will this allow us to do as a city? When I saw this in the packet, I was kind of thinking this was like a 3-minute slide where you talk through, hey, this is a list of options we have to generate revenue, but this is not something we can debate because it's just way too abstract, I think. So I kind of want us to move to the 3 minute. That's why I was okay earlier of you just going through the whole, because then at the end I could say, thanks, great ideas, moving on, and let others, if you wanted to have long debates about it, it's just way too abstract.
I think it was our intent just to present these options to you and find out what you would want us to spend our time on to come up with revenue. What is the revenue going to look
Mhm.
like? Who will it impact? It really was just a list of, these are the things that we can look at over the next 2 years, and then you can provide us direction on what you want us to look at. It was just a list of options.
And
Yeah.
I like it. I like seeing the list. And I think to Councilmember Naguse's point, I can't even tell you which of these I want or don't want because there's not enough data behind what it would generate and what the impact would be. So I think all of these, and if there's others, like we should always be looking at all the revenue options. Some of them we'll just throw out immediately. And then some of them will say, let's take, like, that is a big enough number to make a difference.
So I'm hearing that you would like us to come back with revenue estimates on these items without knowing-
Examples of what it could look like, right? So what's the,
And for me, I don't even need that much detail, just who is being impacted, right? Like what entity, what businesses, what individuals, right?
Mhm.
Like really looking at it from an equity perspective, both
Mhm.
in dollar and as,
Well, as-
like are our low income residents going to be most impacted by that utility tax, right? And so that's the information that I need in order to even debate or say, hey, staff, look into it.
Well, I can tell you the utility tax would impact all residents equally. Low-income residents would, we've done this before, they would have an option to file for a reprieve, a refund. I can tell you B&O tax, we can structure it in many different ways so that we don't impact the small businesses, we don't impact a small storefront, we don't impact a home-based occupation, but there's so many options out there that
Right.
it was really hard to present it to you now because we
Right.
had a week to think about it.
Yeah, and that's helpful information like on the B&O tax, right? So if you could maybe make some suggestions, I don't know, like.
So is this a
as to what you
conversation
think
that we
CTAC
want to have right now, or is this a conversation we want to put off? No, I mean, not even tonight.
I think you need your mic, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, my God. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so,
I'm glad I was.
just want to reiterate, I am not interested in any increase in taxes that will directly impact the residents of SeaTac, okay? And I think a lot of us probably agree on that. Things like the utility tax is going to impact especially the lowest income folks, right? And so I just want to put that out there. I also want to mention that every single one of these is covered in extensive detail on the MRSC site. There's a lot of resources there, examples of cities that implemented it and who's affected, all of that stuff. Do a little reading and become familiar with all of these. The one thing that I wanted to clarify is the public safety sales tax. I know that I believe that's limited to 0.1%, and that's shared with the county as well. So we don't, so from what I understand, I don't think we pocket all of it. The county gets like 60% of it or something, and it has to be put to a vote to the voters. And so there's a lot of complexity in this. I'm okay exploring this stuff, but I think that we on the council need to do some research on our own to become familiar with some of this stuff as well in advance. Thank you.
I want to go to the council member, Vincent.
Thank you, Mayor Egal. And just a point of clarification, when I made the request to review these, by line item, I was hoping just to hear, the benefits, and, the pros and cons of introducing such tax. I do agree with the previous speakers thus far. I would like to see additional information, and thank you, Councilmember Kwan, for just putting out the the MSRC as a resource to follow up on, which is something that I will do. So that's all I wanted to say here. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Simpson.
Yeah. Pressed it. Okay. I guess it's more of like a higher level conversation here, and I completely agree. I think we should all delve into these. It's helpful to know about the municipal MSRC having information on the structure of all of these. I think that's what I would like to review primarily. Though, this conversation over the last 3 budget workshops has been framed as we need to make cuts. And this is the first slide kind of that we've had talking about ongoing revenue sources. And I think it's kind of framed the conversation in this really challenging way, because I don't think that there's with continued inflation, especially around public safety costs, and I think Councilmember Lovell has alluded to this several times tonight. I don't know that there's a way to cut our way out of the problem, and I think that's what a lot of other cities are trying to do. And I think that's not a long-term strategy. So, you know, I think we obviously need more time to review the revenue sources, but it's kind of frustrating that all of us at this table have kind of been talking about, we need to make cuts, we need to make cuts, we need to make cuts. I think long-term revenue sources being an earlier addition to a presentation, maybe for future budget workshops, would be helpful in reframing how we have this conversation.
Thank you. Give it to Mayor.
So I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember Simpson, because that was what I was thinking all along, was like, why are we only talking about this like as if we're like the knife to our throat, you know? Because I have not, when we first had the first meeting, it didn't sound that way. It's about how much do we want to go into our excess reserves? And I kept writing that over and over in my notes. And now we're acting like we're at zero and we gotta like cut and oh my God, you know? And so I don't know how it became all this so quickly. I just want us to be clear on the, yeah, like, I mean, we're just talking about dipping into excess reserves, not our reserves. The excess reserves are not even a rainy day fund. The reserves are the rainy day fund, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe like, you know, whatever the language is, right? And so this whole like doomsday scenario that we're at, this is why we're still here, because we cannot get past like the little nuances of this discussion that we're creating. It's not what you all are bringing to us. We are getting like way too much into the weeds of stuff that isn't quite yet what we're discussing. So with the ongoing revenue sources, I would like to ask us if we could allow you to continue with your presentation and really just remind ourselves that that's what we're talking about. We're up here, not here just yet.
Very well. Okay, so I don't like any bus store in SeaTac. Is that, yeah, we don't have it one in SeaTac. Well, yes, actually, we do have, and we do have reserve, and we do have excess reserve, and we are using portion of that excess reserve to operate 2025. But also, one of the reason I am asking for cut is that we were adding. And sometimes you have to stop, you know, adding it, and sometimes take one step back and say, where am I going? I mean, cities, municipality, you have to look for like 7 years, 10 years, budget projection. So, and there is, I know that we can find some reserve. So that's my comment is, shall we, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to state, I have the budget or the MRSC pages right here. I will send those out to you guys so that you can take a look at them. And the reason that we did address these options late in the game is because exactly what Councilmember Guzman said. We did feel we were using excess reserves and these are we had no revenue options to increase in this biennium. So there's really, these are the things that you want us to look at in the future. So we'll have this conversation again and I'll send that out to you.
Beautiful, go ahead.
And with that, do you need me to run through these or can we just receive the information from MRSC and have a future discussion on this?
Well, we will have future discussion, right? Actually, yeah.
Yep.
So, all right. Okay, so what's the?
No, the next item would be the council meeting agenda items. And so we are scheduled, this is a discussion, we are scheduled for our next meeting. I'm required to deliver a proposed budget by November 1st. And based on the input from this meeting, then we would take this to the November 19th council meeting where we could discuss it. I'll let Gwen describe, there's some other items that she needs to take through on the November 19th meeting. And then we could schedule a special meeting in between that time frame. If you'd like to have another meeting just to discuss the budget, that is an option as well. And then we do have to pass this before the end of the year. And so Our last opportunity, at least with our regular scheduled meeting, would be the December 10th meeting.
All right, any comments, council members? All of those dates and good stuff? Okay, Mr. Juan, let me start here. Mr. Simpson.
Well, so are we gonna have a separate session to talk about these? I think, to me, what I'm hearing around the table is that we're all gonna look into these different tax structures and then have a separate session to talk about, or, yeah, I'm gonna call them tax structures, whatever, revenue. And then we can come back, and before providing additional policy direction on the current budget, we can have that conversation in a special budget workshop. Or are we gonna try to contain this within a regular council meeting? Is that what's being proposed?
On the additional revenue sources, I would recommend putting that off maybe for a council study session in the future. There's nothing that we can implement, like I said, right now or in the next 2 years. So we might as well take our time and, or not take our time, but take a little bit more time and look at that down the road. That would be my recommendation.
I understand that. I think that's fine, and that makes sense as a recommendation. I also think, like, we're talking about $3 million in 2025 in excess reserves. If we have a strategy to, fill that bucket back up in place prior to passing the budget, it might not be such a scary prospect to pass a budget without the, additional 1.6 million that it looks like we're looking for in cuts right now, if we're unable to find additional places to cut prior to our next session.
So you'd like to have the revenue discussion sooner?
Well,
Is that what I'm hearing?
it's a suggestion.
Okay.
I'm not, yeah, I guess I'm wondering what other people at the table are thinking.
I feel like there are so many outstanding items, some like short-term for this budget cycle and then like long-term, right? Like revisiting our public safety contracts and the additional revenue streams like that it's later. I'm not concerned about that. I'm interested, like I said, in the underspend from this biennium. I want to see like a line by line item, like here's the project, here's the thing that you approved. This is the amount, right? Those positions that were funded in the last 2 years. Here's the position, here's the amount, right? The parks program. Like I want to see like those specific things so that I can say, okay, there's $3 million right there. Cut it out, or we can pick and choose from things that are not happening yet. And then we won't really feel those impacts, and it'll reduce the workload for the staff because the work hasn't begun yet for the most part. And so that's what I'm most interested in. And I'm willing to have another session or 2 sessions or however many sessions we need before November 1st or November 19th. And I hear, and I think Council or Deputy Mayor Guzman made a really great point around, that this is like excess reserves that we're talking about. And I also recognize that 9 of these at 27 million in excess, 9.5 of the 27, right? Like that's like a third, like that we went from like really healthy excess reserves to using, potentially using a third. And I know we're being conservative, but to me that is concerning. And so I need something to be a balanced, sustainable budget as much as we can get to. And so for the things that so I'm just a broken record at this point, so I'll just stop talking. But that's what I need in order to make an informed decision moving forward, and so that we can better balance the budget. I really want to see a breakdown, like not just titles of things, but like here are the actual costs of those things. Is that doable?
May I reach out to you and have a conversation? Because I don't know if it's doable. Excuse me.
No
Yeah, I don't know if it's doable. It would depend on when the next meeting is. Excuse me.
Right. Yeah, and it can be later. I'm not like asking for it next week, right? I don't think we need much time, but if the department directors can just give us those things, right? Like Director Maxim earlier said $50,000. It's, currently that's something that I would happily cut like today. You know what I mean? And so those are the sort of things that I want our directors to bring forward to you City Manager Moore and Director Pilo so that we can make an informed decision. And maybe it's just me and you guys don't need that or care, but that is what I need in order to know where additional cuts can be made. Okay, I'm done. I promise.
All right, Mr. LaFell.
Yeah, I don't think I need the specifics on what these would, potential revenue would bring in before passing a budget. I think knowing that we have it on a very soon upcoming study session would give me confidence that, yes, we're digging into this excess reserves, but that there is a plan to, because it's not, for me, I'm not as interested in filling up the reserves as much as I am. We were going to need more revenue to do the things we want to do, whether it's a park or a civic campus or a market or anything like that. We are not, we're just, right now we are in this, right? And so we've always known we either can cut our way out of it, but I think with this kind of increase, there's no austerity from public safety. So it just seems like to me, it's acceptable that we delay the detailed part of it. We can stay with the abstract idea of these different taxes and stuff, but I want to get it going soon so that I know as we're going to have to dig into reserve on this one, no matter what, I think. So I have accepted that. I think let's minimize or mitigate what we have to do and then have a plan to get the things done. Because the reserves is useless to residents if it's sitting there in an account. It's good that we're cutting into it in a way because maybe we're preserving services that might not, we might have had to cut harder right now if we didn't have that reserve. But if we weren't cutting into it for this, I'd want us to be applying it towards something good for the residents anyway. So I hate the idea of our money sitting there, not benefiting our residents. So I'm okay cutting into it. I don't like that we're cutting into it just to preserve a lower level of service than we already had last year. That, of course, is what's hard to stomach. And so I think I want to get us back up to optimal service levels. And I think with these increases in public safety, the only way to do that is through revenue exercises.
Mr. Kwan.
Thank you. So the problem with using excess reserves is that for ongoing expenses is that is not sustainable. You can only do that so many times before the reserves are gone, right? And so we need to pursue a sustainable solution for ongoing expenses, right? And I agree, increasing revenue is one way to do it. And I think that's something that we have not been focusing too heavily on over the last couple of years or whatever. Maybe we should take another look at that.
Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Mayor Egal. I'll end with this. While the decisions we make in this budget cycle are challenging, I think it's essential for us to continue to focus on the long-term health of our city. Utilizing the reserves to plug this gap over the biennium, it's just not sustainable. But as one of the previous speakers had mentioned, I think it is something that we will have to do this biennium. But I am challenging the directors, the staff, everyone who's listening to look for additional cost-saving measures. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I feel like we just went around in circles. I think you all have heard us, you know what we're expecting. One thing I'm going to say, I'm all about looking for other revenue sources, including grant funding. Period. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I agreed 120%, 120% with Mr. Vincent. I challenge you, directors, to look at your budget and come up saving of what, 5% from your departments. And if that cannot make actually the shortfall, then we will use and the reserve. And then we will make sure that we will have future revenue by look at the BNO and all of those things. So, but what I have seen since I joined it is that this 300,000 this program, 400,000 this program, this is a contract, and we said yes, yes, yes. Now we find where we are. So I like people who work the city to do the job, stop subcontracting work. Second, come up a ways to cut 5%, 4%, from your department team. Give us at least $3 million. You see, I say last time 2 million. Now I'm saying 3 million. There is a change in my even because I know there is some, duplication somewhere. That's just my statement. Director Bello, thank you very much. Mr. Imperium City Manager, thank you very much. So if we don't have any additional comments or anything else, good work overall.
Do we have to look at the follow-up items on the, I know there's another slide. Do you
I
have?
think we have our
you
follow-ups.
have- okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. You want to keep me here. So it is.
Want to add a few things to it, Gwen?
Yeah. So it is 7:06. I like to adjourn our CETA Council Budget Workshop 3 at 7:07 PM. Thank you very much, staff.